Hello, everybody, and welcome to Bomb Cherries, Fact or Fiction. I want to know, why should I tell the truth when everybody love lies? Everybody love lies. So let's create some lies, baby. Now, if you missed the beginning of this video, if you missed the beginning of this video, you're not gonna know that I'm about to spew a whole lot of lies, right? But for those of you who are here at the beginning of this video and you hear me say this, then you gonna know, you are in the know. You're gonna know what's going on, right? What's going on, fly girl? Callie, how you been, sis? Cassandra B, what's going on? And Letitia. Okay, I'm not sure how many people are here already, because you know my YouTube be tripping. But for those of you who are here, you know what's up. Okay, so first, let me just say, who is story time with Bomb Cherry, baby. Bomb Cherry is about to tell you what she did when she was about like 27 years old. She was 27. And I don't know if I ever told y'all this, right? But did I tell y'all that I ended up meeting like Chris Brown? Now listen, I was thinking about putting this in a book. I was thinking about putting it in a book. Cause y'all know I already say superhead stories ain't got nothing on Bomb Cherry stories, baby. Cause I done met like Chris Brown, Usher. Listen, one time, I ain't even gonna lie to you, right? But Janet Jackson was supposed to come to the party, but for some reason, I don't know, I can't remember what happened that made her not show up. Can't remember exactly what it was, but I had heard through the grapevine, through a few of my celebrity friends, that she was gonna come up, right? She was coming to the party, and everybody had heard that this was gonna happen. So lots of celebrities and lots of people attended this event, right? We had heard that Janet Jackson had these pretty, nipples and things like that, because remember they had gotten exposed during a Super Bowl show. Now, anyway. So anyway, listen, I told y'all I have some stories that'll make you go, woo, make it go, what? Yes, Lord. Now, I'm not even into women, but I wanted to see Janet Jackson's breasts up close and fucking personal. Okay, y'all hear what I'm saying? Don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody, right? Don't tell nobody I said this, but I was ready to see him. I wanted to see him. I was like, I wanted to be there and be like, I was gonna act like I wasn't looking, but I was gonna be looking. Y'all know what I'm saying? I was gonna surely be looking, babe. Anyway, she didn't show up. She didn't show up. Oh my God. Ooh, but everybody showed up thinking that she was gonna show up. And y'all know my parties were freaky parties. So I'm gonna tell you who was that, baby. I'm not supposed to be telling. I'm not supposed to be telling. So this video will come down eventually, right? It will come down. But so because Janet Jackson was gonna be there, we ended up with Chris Brown being there. Now, the reason, that's who I'm really going to talk about. I'm not going to tell you everybody else who came, right? I might say that for my book, but Chris Brown ended up showing up. Now, the reason why I never mentioned that I met Chris Brown to y'all, because Chris Brown is quite a youngin', right? Chris Brown is only maybe about, I don't know, 7 years older than my oldest son. So I'm a little quite embarrassed to say that his young ass showed up, but he showed up. Okay. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Then listen, I was ready to dance, when that nigga say, we gonna be walling wall, wall. And I was like, yeah, Chris Brown. Look, his young little ass came to the goddamn party. And at first I didn't recognize who it was, right? But he came with like 4 dudes and like 8 women. So shit, I ain't even really pay attention to his young ass because I didn't know that was him originally. But he had some badass women with him, right? And y'all know the women make the party. I always told y'all there was more women at my parties than men. So these women show up and they like, these women were like damn near in their goddamn 30s, right? They were like in their 30s. And so here I am, in my 30s and shit, but I realized they got a couple of guys. The guys looking about, I don't know, I could tell they were young, but I didn't know they were that fuck young. Okay, I didn't know they were that young. I have to be honest, right? So I'm a little ashamed to tell y'all that I let this youngin in the party. Okay, I let the youngin in the party was sitting over there with his eyes wide open. Okay, eyes wide open, just looking around, seeing what everybody was doing and shit. That's how I peeped him. He was sitting over there in that chair. And I was like, who is that there nigga? And then somebody whispered in my ear, that's Chris. I said, Chris who? They said, that's Young Easy. Young who? Young Breezy. I was like, wait a minute, is it Young Breezy? Is it Young Easy? Like, who is that? And they was like, that's Chris Brown. I was like, wait a minute, Chris Brown? They were like, yeah, that's Chris Brown. And I was like, listen, I can't tell y'all what had happened and what my ass did to that young buck, but all I would say is, y'all know, I can't even come up with a goddamn story because he's too fucking young. Goddamn. Yeah, and mentally, I can't do it. I should have said Usher or somebody. Goddamn. Is it too late? Can I switch it from Chris Brown to Usher? Because Usher at least is like in his 40s, right? So if I was in my 30s, at least Usher would have been like in his, 20s. Beginning 20s, but still in his 20s, still the same. You know what I mean? Chris Brown too fucking young. And mentally, I can't get all I can see when I see Chris Brown, even though he's a grown man now, I still see him as a little boy. You know what I mean? So I can't even get the freaky story. I can't even come up with one because I still see him like a little one. Now I'm not trying to disrespect him as the grown man that he is, but mentally for me, I can't do it. God damn. What's going on, Miss Not for Everyone? Queen House of Hoodoo, what's going on? Who else I missed? If y'all wasn't here from the beginning, y'all probably realized I'm cherry tripping. But anyway, let me tell y'all something. I have some good news, okay? First of all, I couldn't go live until I challenged because Randy Slowcal is has been putting claims on my channel. Claim after claim after claim. Okay. He keeps doing it. Okay. So I had to challenge him, and then I was able to go live again because I pointed out, hey, this dude need to lose his channel. Like, you need me to, oh, okay. I'm gonna open it. What's going on, HD Bob? Oh yeah, that's them titties, baby. Look, see, I was able to envision her part of my story, right? I was able to envision that because she grown. First of all, she's older than I am, right? Um, she don't look it though, baby. She don't look it. Okay, this bitch is sexier than a motherfucker since I've seen her as a grown woman. Okay, I remember her as Lil Penny too, but she was Lil Penny and I was little. I was because I think she's just a couple of years older than me. She might not even be older than me. We might be around the same age, to be honest. Okay. I remember her watching her as Penny, and I don't know. I don't know what the age range is, but I know she's like, if I'm correct, she's in her 50s, right? Janet Jackson is beautiful. She's always been beautiful. Um, anyway, back to what I was talking about. Randy Fat Slowcal. Randy Fat Slowcal. I owe him a motherfucking thank you, baby. Let me tell you something. First of all, he decided to attack, okay? And any of my videos that mentions anything about black men, or if he decide that, you know, decide that I must be talking about him, and even this the one where I was talking about him, he keeps trying to strike that video down, and I win. And then so he does it again. And then I win. And I don't know when he gonna give up, because nigga, like I already got it already set up. So when you do it again, I will automatically, I already got it paste. I'm sorry, I already got it set up already. All I'm gonna have to do is go grab it, copy it, paste it, and bam. And I'm gonna win again. But he did it. So I ended up with him giving me potentially two strikes back to back. So I went in the other day and I decided to fight the claims back to back. And I was able to go live again. Right? Um, but then this is why I got to apologize, or not apologize, I'm sorry, thank him. Because I decided that these little niggas been playing with me too much. I'm glad I'm not sharing the screen, because y'all know that nipple slip would have got me in trouble. Okay. And the nipple slip would have got me in trouble. But let me just say this. I want to say uh thank you to Randy Slowcow. She's 58. Man, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. Yeah, so damn, she's older than hubby. She's older than hubby. So but she don't that woman is beautiful. Okay. Anyway, so Randy, while I was in my bag thinking to myself, hey, why do YouTube allow this to happen? Like it's just that simple, where we can go and take people channels down and things like that, right? Or at minimum stop them from being able to stream. I was like, this is a little too easy. And then I decided, nah, fuck this. I'm not doing this no more. I'm not losing no channels no more. And yeah, and I'm not taking no strikes. Zero. I'm taking zero strikes. Okay. So I took my time yesterday and I read the law on fair use and everything. Like I read it. I read it completely. So I could come up with my defense. And then after I did that, right, after reading it completely, guess what I did? I decided to go and get my other channels back. Yes. Yes, Lord. See, the what you can't do to me is you can't say I dare you. You can't tempt me. You can't piss me off and think you're gonna get an easy win. Right? Now, normally and in the past, I was letting shit go. Somebody said I did something. I was like, ah ha ha, this is just YouTube. Nobody gives no fucks. Hey, this is just YouTube. I don't give no fuck. Like I didn't challenge nothing with nothing for nothing on all them other channels. Remember, I told y'all I was losing 2, 3 channels a year, and that's no joke. So while I decided to take my time and read fair use laws for real, not just the first paragraph of shit, right? I decided, oh shit, for real? Let me come up with a reason not to lose no channels. And then I realized that I've lost the channel and I want my motherfucker shit back. And bam! Y'all, let me introduce y'all. Let me show y'all. You see, we gonna thank Randy Slowcal for this. See, cause you get a bitch like me mad, and no, a bitch like me liable to do all kinds of motherfucker shit. No, no, bomb cherry liable to do all kinds of motherfucker shit. Do all kinds of motherfucker shit. Y'all see that right there? Y'all see that? Creole and Cajun living, baby. If you would have checked for this channel yesterday this channel was not there. I lost this channel 2 years. When I lost that channel, I created this channel that we're on right now. I lost this channel and I created this channel. You could tell by the last time you see when I did a live. Let's go and see. Actually, a live. 3 years ago. Y'all see that? 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Remember, I told you this was my cooking channel. Y'all see that? Me sewing. Look at my crawfish bread. Y'all see? Listen. My crawfish bread. Let's go back. Um, let's see. I made homemade applesauce. Uh, I made the sherbet, the simple syrup. Like I was just doing a whole lot of all kinds of shit on this channel. I done made the gumbo. Remember I told y'all that I went home. Let me see. I think I saw it just now. What you gonna? I don't even remember what's on here, but what I do know is on here is that the stuff that I remember when I was getting with Kevin Samuels, Black Man and Spirit. We were doing a lot over here, baby. We were doing a lot. Some of them gonna be real mad that I got this shit back. Cause see, like the roasting and shit that I was doing is on this channel, right? It's on this channel. It's a lot. It's a lot. But anyway, so we wanna thank Randy Slowcale because yesterday when I sent him that counter to his actions and I sat down and I read the law to fair use, right? Um, then I sat there and I said, well, fuck this. And I'm going to give my channel back. And then lo and behold, I went to check. I got an email today. I got an email today. Look, September 9th, 2024, 19 hours ago. It says, hi, Creole and Cajun Living. We have reviewed your appeal for the following channel. After taking another look, we can confirm that your channel does not violate our community guidelines. Thank you for your patience while we reviewed this appeal. And there was my channel back. Just as simple as that. Look, when I lost the channel, though, I lost the channel right here. No, that can't be it. No, look like what is this? Yeah, that's 2021. Okay. 2021. So we want to say, thank you, you retarded, slow ass nigga. Cause see, what happens when a bitch like me get upset and get tired of shit, then I decide that, hey, I'm gonna make sure this don't happen again. Okay, I'm gonna make sure this doesn't happen again. I haven't signed into this email for years up until just yesterday. Yesterday, when I decided to get my channel back. And as you can see, September 9th, which was yesterday, this is an automatic say, thank you for contacting us about restoring access to your channel. Google will review your appeal as soon as possible. Most requests take 2 business days to review, but some may take longer. I did this yesterday. And then my channel is back yesterday. Okay. Yeah. Look like I got the channel back yesterday. Look like I won the appeal yesterday. I asked for appeal yesterday and I won it yesterday. And so we back, baby, we back. And listen, I don't understand why people want to challenge me. You want me to put People call me liars, and if I lied, you'll probably be excited and happy about it, right? You Because there's a lot of people on here lying. They're lying about all kinds of shit. They're lying about other people's shit, putting up fake receipts and all kinds of shit. People are excited to listen to that. And as long as their receipts is about somebody you dislike, you'll listen to it. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I get on here and I just start giving fake receipts, people will be excited about it. You know, when the ones gonna be really mad, they get really mad at me when I put up real shit right. Then they start talking about she over that dox. They the doxers, but when I do it, I'm the doxer. Even though when I'm not doing it right, when I'm not doing what they're doing, I'm the doxer. Yeah. Y'all remember I had one motherfucker so mad at me because they claimed I was on Google Maps walking around a city that I'm fucking from, that I got family from, and they claimed that I was doxing them because I was walking around in that city. Now, the truth be told, though, I was right in their city, in that neighborhood. The only person who knew that though was them. And I don't like get mad about it and crying about it. I don't know what that would do. I was letting them know, nigga, I had somebody knock at your fucking door. But y'all didn't know it though. Y'all didn't know it. Nobody else knew it. That's how stupid and slow them bitches are, right? Because they decided to announce to let everybody know exactly whose street I was walking down. Nobody knew it. We was up here talking about one thing, and I got pissed off, and I put in an address, and I started strolling up and down that motherfucking street. But what they should have asked is how that other nigga knew. Because remember, the story on that is the nigga who was sleeping with your wife is the nigga who told you that I was walking up and down your street. Now, that nigga had never been to your house before. And that nigga knew your address, nigga. See, I was telling you quite a few things. I was telling you a few things without telling you, nigga. I was telling you, first of all, I know where you stay. When I found out that nigga is the one that told you where I was, you should have been like, nigga, how you know where I live? How you know? You should have asked that nigga how he knew where you live and how he knew I was walking up and down your street and how he knew what the color of your door was, nigga. That's what you should have asked. But I digress, nigga. The things I could tell you about that situation right there, nigga. Boop, boop, boop. That nigga was fucking yo what? That nigga was fucking yo what? That nigga was fucking your wife in your own fucking house, nigga. That nigga was fucking your wife. That nigga was fucking your wife. That nigga was fucking your wife in your own bed, nigga. Ha. I thought it was sad, you know. And instead of you just realizing that Bomb didn't like him for a fucking reason, you decided that, oh, if Bomb don't like him, then maybe I need to like him. That nigga, you done suck that nigga dick through a third party, nigga. I'm gonna be good. I got to be good. Let me stop. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. But I'm just saying, third party sex is something that it seems to be happening a lot. You know what I'm saying? Third party sex, baby. I listen. Nah, no, no, sir. I don't want no parts of it. I, I digress. Look, you wells to come and just lay in the bed with us if we're gonna be like that. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Like at least I know you're clean or not or whatever, bitch. At least I can give you some directions or something, nigga, something. But this third party shit where you don't know what's happening, you don't know who you sucking on. You wondering, oh, he tastes a little different. Oh, she tasting. Oh, what's that? Ooh, baby, I'm doing too much. See, I wasn't supposed to go live because I was going to. I have to look at this. I'm trying to see if Trump gonna show up. I'm trying to see if Trump gonna show up, baby. Because let me tell you, I don't know. I was ready to put some money on it that he gonna come up with some reason not to show up. They probably over there trying to tell him, hey, you gotta show up. Like you cannot not go. You could go and you could fail, but it gonna look a lot worse if you don't show up at all. You know what I'm saying? At least if you go, we can spin it. We can lie like we normally do. But if you don't show up, we don't know how we're gonna be able to spin it. Okay, it's gonna be bad. But if he show up, it's gonna be bad anyway. Okay. So I ain't gonna lie, as soon as that shit start, either we gonna share that shit or I got to go look at that shit. I wanna see that shit live, okay? Um, yeah. I just need to see if he show up. Okay. Now, any so yes, I did get my Creole and Cajun channel back. I'm telling you, I'm excited because it's mostly my videos, my cooking videos, right? The cooking videos, um, some of the things that I made, like the videos are so good. And wait, what's this? Let me see. I made like things that I'm possibly not gonna make again. Songs that I made for my grandson, you know, like it was just so much. Um, now I did do a spoken word piece, and I got a adult claim on it earlier, and we decided to make it adult. That's all. Okay. It's weird. Let's see. I had so many little things, y'all. My grandson's first Christmases was done on this piece. I would tell y'all things. I be telling y'all shit, but I was like, it was on video. But then I lost it when I lost this channel. Like when I told y'all Leak was strong and what he would do. Here go that video. So this weekend will be my son. Oh, I don't think y'all can hear it. Hold up. I gotta start it over. Okay. And would be my son's very first Father's Day. And I am putting up this video to show you all how our little prince becomes da 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 super baby. Yes, he is the latest prince in our family, but he's a powerful prince, baby. He's a hero. What you doing, Lick Lick? Yeah. Huh? Okay. Go. Yeah. What you doing? Look, go play with your toys. Mom, I'm going back in the room. She want to shampoo her carpet. Yes. Okay. What you say? Huh? Watch him, y'all. Watch him. Wait a minute. That's why I call my grandchild Super Baby. Watch what he does. Watch what he does. Watch what he does. He want to come to me. Watch what he does. What you doing, Liggly? Huh? What you doing? Yeah. Y'all see that? He picks up the actual gate and walks with it, yo. Super baby. What you doing, Super baby? He can't go no farther. Watch what he does. So he just this gate was all the way back there. He's trying to get to me. So y'all, Leaky, he don't take no for answer. Oh my God. He's not even one in this video. When I be telling people, I'm like, nah, he was doing shit before he was one. You know what I mean? He did this gate. This is like a gate that goes around the kid completely. And it's supposed to, keep them where they can't. You could send them in the area. They got a nice playful area, room. You can put their toys and things. But legally, legally wanted to be with his mama. Legally would get in this. I would put him in there. We would put him in there with some toys, and he would say no. This thing would be in the living room, and he would come to the kitchen. He would stand up. He wasn't even able to walk yet. He wasn't walking, but he knew how to stand up on his gate. He would push it. He like, nah, you ain't going nowhere now without me. And he would push this thing all the way to the kitchen opening, to the kitchen door right there, doorway. Or to my room. Like he couldn't get out of his room because the doorway, right? This thing wouldn't fit through the doorway, but he would go right there and start banging on the door. If so, oh man, it's just so much I have on here. Let's see. I think I may have something with my dad because I think I mentioned that I went to Louisiana, and I think I showed y'all. Oh, I don't know what I just clicked on, y'all. No, I don't want. I don't want to play that. This is, I think, one of his songs I made when he was a baby. Poopy doopy song, singing song. Leaky leak, oh my leaky leak. In case you don't know, it's time to go to sleep. And if you take your time, you can take a peek. But I need you go to sleep, my leaky leak. Listen, long time ago I was in the stream, and it was not long before I had to creep and learn to do better with my life, you see. And all because of that, I have my leaky leak. When I was 19, I was in military. And as you see, my life now is quite contrary. And if I was anything, I would be a fairy. So I can teach you things that could never generate. Okay, by the time I was done, he was asleep. But leaky leak, if you don't go to sleep, I'm gonna take my fairy dust and make beep 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 on your face. You see why I'm gonna put you to sleep, and then I'm gonna get down on both of my knees. Okay, I'm done. Okay, anyway, let's keep it out. What I'm looking for, I think the reason I can't go into it because I'm not really signed in. I'm viewing it from, I don't know what's going on right now. Didn't I go back? I did. Okay. Okay, also on this video, on this channel, remember when motherfuckers was claiming things that wasn't true about paying for my mother's funeral and shit? All that happened on this channel, all the proof and everything. See, so they like when I lose channels, because see, when I lose channels, people could rewrite history. right? They can rewrite history, but the thing that pissed me off is the that they like to rewrite history. So what I'm gonna end up doing is going through this motherfucker channel, and I'm gonna grab a whole lot of shit out of here. Cause see, there's motherfuckers be like, you ain't got the video to prove that. Okay. Then I think about it, cause I'll tell them I'll go pull it up. And then when I start calculating in my head, I'll be like, oh shit. They know that happened on that other channel, right? They know that happened on the other channel. Right? Like for instance, this stream right here, the liar, the Nini, right? Caught in her lies, part 2. Receipts of the receipts. Them motherfuckers got their channels over there with fake ass fucking receipts up. But I got the one when they was up here and we made calls. When they was saying what they was saying. You understand? But anyway, it's terrible. It's terrible that I got this channel back. Okay? Even look, I have DJ Cuda right here. The nigga tried to act like he don't remember me. And I'm like, nigga, you was on my motherfucker channel for hours. Right? In fact, he asked me to interview him. Look at this. Bomb Cherry Talks with DJ Cuda. It was set up. I think I may even have that conversation with me and Obsidian and Kevin Samuels. That happened, if I'm correct, on this motherfucking channel. Oh, they not gonna like it. The general, when these niggas was over here, right? Over here all the time. And then when in they in other areas want to act like they don't know me, them niggas was over here all the fucking time. Fuck out of here. So look, this shit is crazy, baby. This shit is crazy. Okay. It's quite a few. There's quite a few people who not gonna like that I have this channel. Especially when this shit right here, y'all, like, yeah. When I had Warren sitting in Kevin Samuel's lap and Kevin Samuel's boyfriend in the background right there, baby, we was tearing their ass up over here. We was tearing them up. Okay. We did a 30 days and 30 nights stream. Baby, it's just so much. I know them men, they was happy when I lost this channel. In fact, this is when I met L. Nixon and his crew. Remember, I told y'all I was on somebody else's channel over there talking to them men, and Aunt T followed me over here. L. Nixon followed me to my channel and everything. And how do I know? Because Roger Report, that's where it happened at. That's where I was. And so after I would leave their channel, right, I would come to my channel and do a stream. That's what people know me for. They know me for, yeah, when you disagree with me over there and you try to embarrass me and shit, then I come to my own channel and I drags, nigga. So when I told everybody that's how these men end up coming by me, I ain't got the lie, but I got the proof now, baby. I got the proof now, and you best believe I'm gonna download every fucking one of these videos. Cause I had asked YouTube, if you don't give me access to the channel, cool. Give me access to my content. Give me my content. You understand? See, because this is literally my content. It's literally my content. It belongs to me. Okay? They gonna be mad, baby. They gonna be mad because I think like I'm gonna be grabbing little clippets of these niggas saying the most ridiculous, dumbest ass shit, right? Um, And they not gonna like it. They not gonna like it. They really not gonna like it. And I just wanted to boast about it and let them know that they better stop playing with me. Okay? They gotta stop playing with me. And then there's bullshit about that I never was on camera. I think I'm quite sure in a lot of these videos I would turn on my cam and be cooking and playing and sewing and all kinds of shit. So they got niggas who talk about you ain't been on camera in like 10 years. That well, you know who that is. That was Raz the bad guy saying that stupid shit, right? When they know they just watched me just like last year, cleaning. It wasn't this year, because I don't think I've done any cleaning videos on YouTube this year at all. Right? But yeah, you can see me making dough. Look at once my grandson was born, you know, it's a lot of things. I was gardening, all kinds of shit. These niggas watch me, right? They got one bitch who gonna really be mad right now. She about to really be mad. Cause see, I ain't gonna lie, like I don't give a fuck about no Randy Slow Care, but they got one bitch on here that I'm just like every day I think about the pros and the cons. The pros and the cons, right? The pros and the motherfucking cons. What is the pros of me dragging that bitch? Well, you know, I feel good. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about it. She'll be embarrassed. But I mean, she can't be no worse, no more embarrassed walking around in that face every goddamn day. So then I think about the cons where I give her attention. You know, then people be running back from my channel to her channel, see what she gotta say, see what I gotta say. She's not funnier than me at all, right? She's just gonna be making up fake receipts and shit like that, right? I'm gonna talk about her blown out pussy, right? And all that shit, right? I'm gonna start talking about that nigga, especially after I now got their names, right? I'm gonna tell you about a lawsuit. See, I ain't gotta put them no fake receipts. The bitch who talks about people putting up their information and slander and libel and shit sued another bitch on that. Man, listen. And then got the nerve to be over there and playing with me, honey. You play with me, bitch, I will sue you. Now I know for motherfucker where I've always been a big chick, right? What you call big chick. And these lying ass motherfucker bitches would claim that I ain't never had on my camera. Everybody know what the fuck I look like. And if you don't, that's just because you're new, right? And even then, you probably was here and you just wasn't watching, but I've always been on the motherfucker camera. But I'm just saying, I don't know why a ugly hoe would want me to get on camera. Bitch, we ain't the same. Okay? Granny time, homeschooling my grandchild before he was even like 8 months. So yeah. So anyway, Bomb is just in her bag right now, y'all. And I ain't gonna lie, like the last couple of days, I'm still sick, right? I still have, I think I do have COVID or had COVID, because, or the flu. It's a toss up. The flu or COVID. Hubby says it may be the flu. And I'm like, it could be the flu. Okay. It don't matter. The shit is, it got me out my bag, got me sick over here. Okay. Um, but I've been getting these links and I'm getting links to other programs, you know, Rumble and shit. And I'm thinking, why is you like you I'm okay with you sending me the link to the little Rumble. And then I look and I say, this bitch don't even have like nobody watching. So you know what I mean? And then she put a link to prove that I was telling the fucking truth. But a title says one thing. Right? Title says something. This is proof Bomb selling her vagina. Bitch, if I was selling my motherfucker, bitch, your man would buy my pussy right now if it was for sale, ho. The fuck is you talking about? But I've always said I was a webcam woman. I know I've said that. And I've also told you that's how she even had the links that she have, because I've said, name the programs, rude.com, Chatterbait, Adult Friend Finder. Like, bitch, yes, ho. So she brings you to a place with some picture snaps and then claims that's me, proof that I was selling my vagina. And I'm like, what? So I I'm thinking, like, is she worth my time? She's not. But since she making all that fucking money, that moolah, baby, I'm figuring I could grab me or some of it. I think I could grab some of it legally. Yeah. Cause she's not any fun going back and forth, because the bitch she looked like Shrek 2, 3, and 5. We're gonna forget Shrek 4 because that's a little bit of a man in there. But I'm just, I'm just wondering, like, what should I do? Should I stoop so low and fight an ugly bitch? Right? Um, Now y'all know I don't have no problem fighting no bitches, no hoes, no niggas, no pieces of trash. I don't have no problem. I put on my I put on a nice little pair of gloves, you know what I'm saying, to make sure everything good. Then we could put on the boxing gloves if that's what we're gonna do, boxing gloves, bitch. But we can do it however you want to do it. But the thing is, though, these pieces of trash holes, right? When they get a little too hot for them, that's when they start talking about they gonna do lawsuits. Ain't that something? A bitch start crying and whining and crying. Just don't know. I really don't. Okay. Whew, baby. It's just a lot. Yo, look. This is when me and Rude was going back and forth. I don't know if y'all remember this. Look like, let's see, this it says do the Rude. This part 2. So I'm assuming this one come first. Yeah, it's crazy. This one we were having fun going back and forth, and some of us could go back and forth, right? I think this is when, if I'm correct, when let's go through this one real quick. Now, my titles may be one thing, but the thing that makes me remember certain things would literally be the pictures, right? So as you can see, I was talking about Sasa Ray, but this is a long stream. So let me see if we can get it up. I don't even have to go live for a whole year. Like, some of these I have some streams on this channel that is funny as hell, as hell, right? And y'all remember this? In fact, I think she got fired from one of her jobs. I never told nobody this, right? I didn't tell y'all that, yes, they started calling, right? Because it's easy to find. I want to see when I was getting on Obsidian, because y'all remember this picture? We was roasting the hell out of Obsidian. That's why I got this picture, right? Let me see. Look, even Minister Jap is over here. Damn, they even let the chat come back. I wonder how some of us be having the chat and some of us don't, right? And so It just used to be a lot of motherfucking people over here, right? Now, I'm trying to. Oh, it's not playing. I think it's gonna because the channel just got back up. Maybe it's taking a while for that shit to load. But that's not even that long. It looks like it's only um like an hour long. I think, which is shocking. Now the stream that I ended up losing the channel over, they didn't put that back because remember I know exactly what happened on that stream. Um, and that was a stream about that dude polite, and we was up here for like 10 hours talking about polite. And then I cracked the joke, went to look for a picture, and porn popped up. I was poor. So yeah. But anyway, let me get out of here. I might have to let some of these things load because they haven't. I don't understand why this would be so slow. It might be my computer, but oh yeah, because I do have Rumble, right? I went and looked at some whack ass motherfucker bitch. You know when you got to go to a whole nother channel to do, and I was acting like I was an old grandmother, just giving some advice. Come on, come on. Let me get out of this. Ah, come on. Let me see. Yeah, that was that. Move you out the way.
Hi everyone, so today I'm going to show you how to move all your letters together so that they look like one cohesive word. So people may have told you, oh, you need to weld your letters, and if you just click weld, it won't actually do anything.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay, here we go. I feel like I'm missing something else. But anyway, here we go. Maybe. Oh, that's just me, hubby fishing. Okay. Thought that was us in Louisiana. God damn it. Let me see. Mm. But anyway, listen, this is what I was saying. How many shorts I have on here? They just think the videos. What I'm more concerned about is my cookie videos, okay? Because I really wasn't going live. This was not a channel that I went live on until I lost another channel. But this, wait, something not right. Is this right? This might be right. I see the sherbet, potato salad. I did neck bones right there. Showed y'all to make cake in the microwave. My beans. This is not the homemade spaghetti noodles. Old fashioned corn muffins. Rice Krispie treats for my grandson. Cocoa roast beef po' boy. Okay. Yeah, there we go. When I made that homemade French bread, I show you how to make. So it's in 3 parts because I made the French bread right here from scratch, and then I made a shrimp po' boy right here, and then I made the roast beef po' boy later, right? I think a whole nother year later. Show you how to make deep fried chicken, burrito pie, shrimp fried rice, um, hamburger steaks, which I did find that. The baked spaghetti, I found that one. And this cheeseburger pie. I told y'all to make chicken cacciatore. Like, I lost all these videos, man. I was so mad that I lost all these videos because they were nowhere else. Like, once I would edit the video on my iPhone or my iPad, and then once I uploaded it, I would delete it. And it was supposed to be in my Apple cloud, but because I would then delete the little clips that I would make, I didn't know that was deleting the goddamn clips forever out the cloud. That don't make no sense. It doesn't make sense to put shit in the cloud, and once I try to take it off my phone or my device to save space, that it also deletes out of the cloud. That don't make zero sense. And so that's how I lost everything. I show you how to make the like all these things, right? I lost all this shit. My New Orleans red beans, rice, homemade cornbread, old fashioned pancakes. I walk y'all through the starting of my gardening from the inside to the outside. I reviewed some shit, and yeah, okay. And so, wow. I even when Comcast called me and I told y'all I did a call and posted it, here they are. I had no fucking reason to lie, but the thing is that people would claim that I was lying, right? I had a channel, I was making the cooking channel, but I wasn't promoting anything, but I did have my videos there. Okay? Put my videos there. Um, holiday cookies with my grandson's sister, I think. She was there, and he was there too, but he was so tiny. I want these things for my grandson. Creole and Cajun living. I think that's fucked up that I was putting this shit up for him, and then I lost it. So I'm gonna grab all this stuff. Yep, roll it through this. Yep, but we don't want it to stick. Now start rolling. And when you roll, stop, and then you turn a little bit. Now you roll, and then you turn. And then you roll, and you turn. But anyway, and so I'm doing all this kind of shit, right? And I get accused of apparently somebody, because I had already lost the channel, and we had a bitch on, running around talking about telling new people that I'm such a bad parent. Oh, such a bad parent. She taught her kids this, that, and the third. Then these bitches don't even know my goddamn children. You wouldn't know where to go find them. But even if you found them, though, it wouldn't give you that life that you're looking for. Well, maybe one of my sons, he might give you that life you're looking for, girl. Okay, he ain't gonna give it to you personally, though. You might have to pay him, and once you pay him, yeah, you will get that life. But other than that, girl, no. Okay. Your man ain't gonna like you watching him. Okay. Your man ain't gonna like it. So I'm trying to be, the good parent that I was, but I'm trying to be even better with my grandson. Right? Trying to do things a little different. Even though he almost had me spank his little legs the other day. Okay? Because man, he is something else. Okay? And I have to think. Because when I say, what did you say? And then he tell me what he said, I crack up laughing. Because in the moment, I'm ready to spank him because he said it again. But then I have to think, I did ask him, what did he say? It would be wrong for him to not tell me what he said again if I asked him, what did he say? So I end up cracking up laughing and thinking, oh my God, like these goddamn kids, okay? Back in the day, we knew that if they asked you, what did you say? That meant you better not say whatever it is you said. But that's ridiculous, right? Isn't that ridiculous? Why would you ask what did you say if you don't want them to repeat it? And these kids, man, they so smart. Anyway, so I just want to say, I know he mad right now that he got me so in my bag that I decided to get my channel back. But Randy SoCal, baby, this is all you, nigga. Okay? This is on you. While you thinking you taking shit away from me, you absolutely just got me in the bag to go get them back. Now this the second one I got back. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm thinking about pushing for that first one that I lost. Yeah, because there was no rules back then, baby. I just gotta get the email, remember the email address to it, and so I can get that one back too. Okay? Dumbass nigga. Okay? Dumbass, goddamn dumbass niggas. What can I say? Anyway, y'all, I don't know what time this thing start. I ain't gonna lie, I'm prepared. Look, if for those of you who don't know who you voting for. Oh, first of all, let me say this. Let me say this. This is very important for all of us, especially those of us who know that we gonna vote, that we participate. Hubby went to go vote today, and he wasn't able to vote today. I called in, right, wondering why didn't I get my thing. These motherfuckers to remove people off the voting list, y'all. They doing it all over this country. Okay. They're saying Hubby wasn't able to vote because they claimed that he never claimed a party. Now we know that's ridiculous, right? Because you have to claim a party. And he did that 40 something years ago. When you went to vote today, they were like, this is the reason. So what's happening, it could have been something on their end, but these Republicans are purposely challenging every one of us in all the states. And if they make a challenge and they find anything wrong, they got to remove you. So your ass is thinking that in November you're going to go vote, and then they're going to tell you can't vote. So I'm telling you today, tomorrow, call, contact, go online, make sure that you are valid to vote. Make sure you're valid to vote. Because hubby couldn't vote today. Okay, I went to go change an address, do an address change, and make sure that I'm squared away in this state. Because when you got homes in other states, you could vote in other states. But so I just was make sure that if you want to participate, that you're going to be able to participate. Okay. I am going to be probably privating some of these videos. Why? Because I don't know. Is this with my grand? But yeah, let me see. I think this when grandson, when I told y'all he didn't want to swing no more. Yeah. I think this is it. Okay, so it is like 1 in the morning, right? Let me show y'all. That is fast. Okay, my husband had it set up real fast, but that's besides the point, right? So my grandson went to go to sleep. So I put him in his swing. Let me see it. And he don't want to swing, so he grabbed the bed and stopped himself from swinging. He is just too smart. He just turned 5 months. You hear the motor running, but he don't want to swing, so he's stopping it. I can't see it. It's too dark. I'm gonna have to take this down and lighten it. So I put him in the swing so he could swing. I mentioned how old he is. He's 5 months, and literally I put him in the swing so he can go to sleep. Right. Then he didn't want to swing, so he grabbed the side. He's sitting straight up and grabbing the, just holding it still. And I told y'all that he did that, but I had no proof of it because it was on this channel. But he don't want it to swing. Oh my goodness. Damn, it was so dark. I had to lighten that up. I couldn't even really see it. Man, I was doing all kinds of videos on that little boy right there. And I want him to be able to see these videos. These videos are for him. I don't do videos about him for me, right? Because it's in my memory, baby. Okay. And I'm gonna remember it how I remember it. But it's really for him. It's really for him when he get older. I showed him a picture of his dad like Sunday, and he said I was going through all this picture. I showed him when he was in his mom's belly. I was like, "You was in your mom's belly," and he wanted to see himself in his mom's belly, and so I showed him his ultrasound, and then I showed him a picture of his dad. And I say, "Who is that?" And he said, "That's me," and I was like, "Nah, that's daddy," and he said, "Nah, that's me." I said, "No, that's daddy." I said, "That's daddy when he was little at Uncle Mark, right?" And he was so shocked, but he looked just like his daddy. Him and his dad looked the same. And his dad deletes stuff. And I'm like, why would you delete? Like, they done took pictures when they were teenagers that on their Facebook and on their and then they had Instagram, and then my kids, right? I let them have those programs so they could put their pictures up of them and their friends and everything. And then, but my son would go through and decide, okay, it's time for me to delete these pictures now. And I'm like, why would you do that? I'm like, why would you delete all of goddamn pictures? And he thought he was cleaning up his page. I'm like, what? Like, that don't make sense. I said, one day you're going to get older and you're going to want to go back and show your children you when you were younger. I wish I had that. Back in our day, look, your family was special if they had a camera. My mom had one of them Polaroid things, but that film cost so much money that like that was a special occasion type of thing. And where you got that you got you some film and shit like that for special occasions, holidays and shit like that. Man, if we could have been walking around with cameras as children, man, first of all, we wouldn't have been recording every fucking thing because we would have got our ass in trouble, number one. And number two, but you would have been able to see how active we were. Okay? Wake up, stupid! Wake up! This is his first Christmas. Let me see. Merry Christmas. Look at him. He wanna open that gift, baby. Okay. Hey, little pup, what you call him?
Puppy and
Is it a girl or a boy?
This is a boy, this is a girl.
Oh, okay. What are their names?
They're really nice. Casey and Jacob.
Casey and Jacob? Hey, Casey and Jacob. Bye-bye, Casey and Jason. Casey and Jason. Look, I didn't get them names. That gotta be the best gift ever, right? Uh, That's the best gift ever, baby. When you could give them a dog, and the dog, you ain't gotta never clean up after the dog. This is first Christmas that and yeah, we did that house, that little what they call that cookie house? What they call that cookie house, y'all? It's like that house made a cookie. Man, it was a lot. Okay, it was a lot. We had fun. Okay. Oh, I think I'm sitting there. Am I sitting there? I'm in none of the pictures throughout all the goddamn years. Why? Because I'm the one filming everything, and that's fucked up. The food is gone, baby, except the gumbo. I don't know. I went to the gumbo. Okay, look, that pot is huge. Gumbo, stuffed bell peppers. Okay. I'm behind the camera. Ain't that some shit? Never in the goddamn pictures. I'm gonna have to change that. I'm gonna have to change that, y'all. Oh, Destiny. Um, he did an interview with this mega person. That shit was so. It was crazy. It was frustrating, but it kind of tell you a lot about the mega crowd. Anybody who support Trump, it tells a lot about those people. Um, but anyway, y'all, I'm glad I got my channel back. I'm excited. I am really excited, mainly for um like the things like I ain't gonna lie, some of this Sansaray shit is funny, but I'm gonna end up removing a lot of that stuff or privating it, to be honest, right? Oh yeah, this is, I'm not sure if y'all remember, but oh shit, wait a minute, y'all remember Pissy Jack? Wait a minute, wait, when I saw this, okay, I ended up. This was we had a Freaky Friday. Remember I told y'all I used to do Freaky Fridays, right? Of course, people didn't believe me, of course, because all my shit was taken down. But I've been doing Freaky Friday for a very long time. Nobody else was doing Freaky Friday. I've been doing Freaky Friday for years. But anyway, this is the stream where the men came over. They had a good time, and then the next day, no, not next day. On Sunday, they went over there by Reg and started calling the women different type of names, right? As y'all can see, I have my grandson's link up. Let me see if I can find. Okay. The men went over there by Reg and they started talking about, yeah, them women wanted us. Like it was the most weirdest thing, right? These niggas was already in their 40s, damn near 50. Bragging like they was like they was 11 years old, 12 years old, talking about how young girls wanted them, right? And then they started just talking some ridiculous shit. And then I started having to bring out the fact that what these niggas were saying.
Hey, Foxy's talking about you like your butt played with, bro.
She said you like your butt played with.
Okay, bring it on down. Where's she at?
You like your butt played
Eddie
with?
agreed to it
Yeah,
too,
he
bro.
want his booty hole played with. No,
Be irritating, bro. I really can't be your attorney, bro.
Oh man. See, look.
He wanted to put her nose in his butt cheeks and wiggle her nose and booty.
Nah, you know Angela can do that shit, bro. You know Angela can do that shit for you, bro.
Play Bewitched with your butthole.
Yeah, she can do all that shit too. She got the big ass nose and everything, long nose, motherfucker.
She be twinkling her nose.
Hey, Mika B. Here's the challenge. Every time I challenge a woman to pee on me, they turn it down. They get all scared. If you can pee on me, I'll give you $100.
This is what this nigga, right, just mentioned. The whole time he was asking women to pee on him. And we were just laughing it off and keep pushing. But he is the one who started asking women to pee on him. And then he went to another channel trying to make it seem like women over here was saying we want to pee on men. Now he just offered, he was like, every time I mention it, women, like he's saying that the women haven't been paying attention to him, but he's now offering them $100 to pee on him. And then when I went, because this nigga was lying, I went over there I'm going on panels where this nigga lying, claiming that the women were saying they want to pee on black men and shit. And that's why I have a timestamp, because I went through this stream to find when this nigga said what he just said.
Hey, Mika B, here's the challenge. Every time I challenge a woman to pee on me, they turn it down. They get all scared. If you
wiggling her nose.
Hey, Mika B, here's the challenge. Every time I challenge a woman to pee on me, they turn it down. They get all scared. If you can pee on me, I'll give you $100.
So I named, you see where I said Pissy Jack Burt? I renamed the title later because of him. So we can all know which stream to go to. And then I timestamped it so everybody could go and listen for themselves. I don't have no reason to be lying on these niggas over here. They are terrible. They say the most trifling shit. And not only that, nothing wrong with what he's saying, right? Like, everybody, we over here, we was having a freaking Friday, right? We was talking about foreplay and shit like that. And then this nigga started talking about getting peed on. Okay, cool. If that's what he's into, nothing wrong with it. But don't take the conversation we had over here on that night, bring it somewhere else, and then twist up the lies. Twist it up with lies. And they running around in these Black Manosphere spaces claiming that I had women over here wanting to pee on black men and how disgusted. And he tried to put that shit on us. And I was like, nah, that was Pissy Jack.
Nigga,
you went to golden showers.
I piss on you for free. Oh goodness.
I didn't know you was into golden showers, baby.
Oh goodness.
You in that golden shower.
If you can pee on me, Mika B, like I said, I'll give you $100 in
more
cash
than $100
at
for a golden
moment.
shower.
No,
you see
you're
what he's
not
trying to do, y'all? He's trying to get. Look, and I informed him that it costs way more than $100 for a golden shower. This nigga trying to get a cheap. This nigga trying to get peed on for cheap, real cheap, ladies. You know that shit costs a whole lot more than $100 goddamn dollars. And he was serious, by the way. Watch. Some free. He trying to get a cheap ass session of golden shower. You know that shit costs no less than $250, and she gonna piss on you, and then she gonna go about her business.
No, I'm gonna give him a acidic ass golden shower. I'll piss on you with an acidic ass golden shower. Where you at? What part of Atlanta you in? I'll come. I had a whole bottle of wine. I gotta make this sure.
I bet
you messing with the wrong women if they say they can't piss on you.
I'm in Old Fourth Ward. I'm in Old Fourth Ward.
I can hear it in her voice. She'll piss on your ass in a second. Go
ahead. If she does it, she'll get $100.
I'll piss on you like I have a penis extorted from my vagina.
Y'all, this was Friday. Hey, Sharon. I didn't see you in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in if you want to come up. But y'all, but this was a Friday, y'all, and it was like really late, like early morning, Saturday morning, and we were just having fun, and and you could tell that some of the women and the men was getting their drink on, and we were just having a good time. Now, I don't drink, right? I don't drink, I don't smoke. So I'm always, I'm always in my right frame of mind, unless I'm mad or some shit like that, right? I get mad and then I might black out a little bit and start cussing everybody out. But listen, I am always to protect the women and the men, right? I want to protect everybody who's participating. And so these men, though, the chat was filled with people. It was like a lot of people over. It was a lot, right? Let me see. On my Freaky Fridays, um, it only had 769 views, but most of those views, them people was in the chat. Now I didn't have 700 people in the chat, of course not. I think we had maybe 80 people in the chat on that Friday, which was a good number back then, right? This is before COVID. So, um, and so on Freaky Fridays, it used to be packed over here. But the men, that's the reason I stopped Freaky Fridays, because of the men. Because, I didn't like afterwards these men attacking these women and talking about things that the women have said while we was having fun, having joking, or even having a serious conversation about sex and desires, foreplay, and things like that, right? And so that's why I stopped doing them, because I realized what they hear women say, they will use that against that woman later on. Like the bunch of bitches that they are. Bunch of whole childish bitches. Okay? That's who they are. Now, let me see if I can find that stream where Kevin Samuels was, because motherfuckers would claim that Kevin Samuels wasn't over here, but I ain't got to prove shit to nobody. People could go look for that shit yourself. Obsidian was over here, Kevin was over here, and we was Kevin came over to ask me to stop calling him gay. Okay, that's why he came over here trying to get me to calm down on it, because I was on that head, baby. I was on that head. Okay. Obsidian, and he came up here when Obsidian was up here. And also I have that stream back where Obsidian showed me the women he liked. I kept telling people that Obsidian liked big women. He ended up showing me. He was like, here, share this. He sent me the link, and I went to the woman's page, and I was like, dude, like, he was basically telling me he liked me, right? Which I already knew that, though. I already knew Obsidian liked me, right? I wasn't crazy. Like, I know the men who like me, and okay. But let me see. This raggedy ass, goddamn it. I really want to see a stream. I went live, so it is on the live, and I was in New Orleans, and I showed y'all big ass alligator and a big ass snake crossing the road. I think that was on this channel. So I have to go back about 5 years. My grandson wasn't born yet. No, he wasn't born yet. It may not be on this channel. And then I'm gonna shut this shit down. Okay. I done been into it with like this woman, proud mommy, strong mommy. I think think I was against it with the what they call them, what the women were, the divestors, right? I ended up, oh no, divestors channel like last week, because it popped up. I was on my other channel, what is called that I got back, the Bomb Cherry Live channel I got back, right? And I was under it, and I got a notification that somebody went live. So I went, and I'm looking, and she's talking, and I said hi to everybody, right? I walked in, I say hi to everybody like I do. And she was like, hey, Bomb Cherry, I'm speaking to you now, but we had beef in the past. I was like, beef in the past? Who are you? Like, I didn't even know who this bitch was, right? Now, because she wasn't showing herself. It was alive. She was talking. I think she was about to go into a class or something. Somewhere she said she was about to walk into. And I'm thinking, damn, I walk in, somebody tell me we had beef. And I'm like, well, who in the hell is this? So I go after she ended, I go and hit her channel home, and I realized, y'all, it was what's that woman who was lying and saying black men was spreading HIV. Um, damn, what her name is? The one who had that she went viral for dating that big tall ass white dude. It was her. She done changed her name. I remember when they ran her away. And apparently she came back under another name, but her same channel. And because I was subscribed to her under that channel back then, that's how I got that notification. Man, I was thinking, oh, no wonder. And that look, they be remembering me, baby. They be remembering me. I remember this stream was big. I think it was like Father's Day, around Father's Day. And it was like some of my belief systems, the things that I believed back then, I no longer believe, right? I think I was kind of not considerate of different type of households, right? Because there were some women who were saying, well, look, my family was made up of nothing but women. They were like, it was just my grandmother, my great grandmother, my mom, and me and my daughters. And I didn't see nothing wrong with that, right? I didn't say anything was negative about it, but I think based on the way I was speaking, they was taking that what I was saying would be against what they were saying. And that's not ever has been my stance. So I guess they were given a different viewpoint, which I had no problem with. I enjoyed it, right? I enjoyed other people's viewpoints and listening to them share. And I never took them as they're disrespecting my makeup of my family. I just I didn't understand why they would think that I am disrespecting the makeup of their family, because that is not ever what I was doing. I can only speak for the makeup of my family and me, and and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So yes, when other people come, look, we had a Freaky Friday here, Freaky Friday with the Viper Pit. Um, anyway, and so yeah, it. I guess like the way I would speak, people think that I'm speaking in absolutes. No, I'm just speaking on my behalf. And then I open the panel so other people can also speak up on their behalf. And that is it. Okay? That's it. I'm not telling people that they're wrong. I'm just giving a different viewpoint. Sex doll love part 2. I was in my kitchen. That's when these black men was talking about sex dolls. And baby, look, when they start bringing up shit, I would bring it up, and then I would drag they ass. Okay, this is an hour long of me talking about sex dolls. There, I'm in the kitchen dragging their ass about sex dolls, and I believe I was also probably dragging Rude in the kitchen. I was having fun with Rude in the kitchen too. Okay, I remember that one. Yeah, I do remember just on site. Depends on. I'm in the kitchen here in my maid outfit cleaning, and that's why I called it slave maid or wife duties. And then I'm cracking jokes on their ass because they dumb as hell, right? Um, I call this BBB equally the same, boys, bitches, and BGS. Okay, I was saying BGS is a bitch, um, and a boy. Uh, this is when we dragged Yo Gotti. We put Gotti up. Oh man, listen. If you don't do nothing else, you might want to go. If y'all haven't been with me over here long enough, y'all want to go and check out these streams, okay? Because they crazy, y'all, and they funny, okay? I used to call Rude the Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, I'm not sure if y'all. There was a dance called the Pee Wee Herman, right? I used to call him. used to call him Pee Wee Herman. Look, y'all. I had a. Let me see if I can get it up. Oh, damn! I didn't want it to come up like that. I don't know what I just did, but uh, what did I hit? I'm looking for that live that I did before in Louisiana, because I know I had my dad, my mom, and I don't have any. I have my dad in the kitchen. I so wish I could find it. Because I don't have any pictures of my dad, yo. It's something how you value shit that you didn't know the value of it until people are gone, and then you start realizing the value. Like I don't have any. Like my dad wouldn't leave a message. My mother wouldn't even leave a message. So I do have one phone call message that I didn't delete. But my mom not talking to me, she's talking in the background because she called me, and then right when the voicemail, when it says leave your message, she started talking to my nephews in the background. So I hear her voice talking to them, and then when she came back to the phone, she just hung it up. I haven't deleted that yet. I don't think I'm ever going to delete it, right? That's the closest thing I have to my mom's voice. Cause she would call, and she know her number gonna show on my phone as a missed call when I got to it, and she wouldn't leave a message. Y'all need to leave messages to people that you love, at least one. Shit, that's all. I don't. Anyway, y'all, I'm trying to be good. Okay, I told y'all I've been debating back and forth for the last few days. Um, if I should just give them the time of my day, like I ain't gonna lie, it'd be fun. I mean, I don't see no, there's no real downside on my behalf, but it also give them something they don't have, and that's called content. You know what I mean? And I think, well, look, if they can't come up with their own content, why should I help them come up with content? I shouldn't help them come up with content. Like, why would I do such a thing? And that's my only thing, right? They walking around the internet trying to get content off of my name, and I don't even have to put their name in the title and start dragging them. Y'all know who I'm talking about. If I just mentioned the bitch with the wide ass pussy, like I say that, y'all know who I'm talking about. Why? Because her picture is out there, right? And the hole is like a black hole, okay, a hole to nowhere. Okay, and yeah, and of course, she would be upset at me. Is she really upset at me? No, she just needs some content and figured that I'll bring her some. She knows there's a few men who don't like me, and they'll be there, right? But what she don't know is that they be there and then they come to me and tell me. You know what I mean? They running for they want to come and get in my good graces, baby. They want to come and get in my good graces. They send me the link. They be like, "Did you know? Bomb. Check this out. Did you know? Bomb. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's what they do, honey. That's what they do. Cause they want me to give them something special. They know if I get in my good graces, I'm gonna give them something special. Yeah. Anyway. So boom boom. Y'all. So Ed, y'all know who Ed is, right? What his name is? Ed the damn. Can't think of it. What is his name? And I always talk about Ed like licking booty. Y'all remember that? Uh-huh. No, first of all, I ain't got to prove it because he never said that I was lying. Ed has never said Bomb is lying. He has never said that. That's why I like Ed, right? And I say he let Ed like licking booty. Ed has never called me a liar because Ed did say that shit, right? In the back chat. He said that shit, and he's not a liar. He's never said, nah, that's not true, Bomb. And told people that I was lying. See, that's I could fuck with him, right? We know that he be trolling. He knows that I be trolling him. It's all good. Like as long as I've been here, I've seen Ed around. So he's probably been here before I've even been here. But the thing is, right? I got the proof. See, actually I still have the proof in that back chat. Because I still have that program. And yeah, I still have all messages people have sent to me and everything. I still have those motherfucking messages. But just in case anybody decided to call me a liar, anything that was done in the back chat. But this was called Ed the Booty Licking Troll. I did this years ago. And I even showed. Wait, in this picture that I'm about to show, as soon as I find it. I even showed y'all where Ed and then, told me that he like eating booty and that he's on Facebook. See, these men follow me on Facebook. This little thing cost $200, yo. But when I bought her, I may have paid like $30 for her. Let me see if I can find that Ed, that thing with Ed. Like this one right here. She's worth $74. I didn't have her. Oh yeah, I was telling y'all about the whatnots back in the day. They were called Miss Martha's. And I bought these things. Man, they was expensive back in the day. Only a couple of them are worth like a couple of $100 now. Okay. But anyway, I was roasting Ed. And I gotta be honest, like Ed ain't never called me a liar or nothing like that. Okay. But we could go through all these. I could show y'all all them men who was over here. All them different men. They don't come over no more, because actually it was the men that ran them off. Either the men or it's weird, right? Because I either had men or women running people off, right? There's a group of men when they was in control, they ran some of the women off and some of the men off. And then when some of the women were in control in the middle of the night, they ran some of the people off as well. And I always thought to myself, if people come over here and have fun with me and we joking and have fun, and then your ass decide to remain here when I'm not here, right? Because everybody knows when I'm not here. That means I'm not talking. Other people have the controls. Y'all don't hear me at all. I'm not here. In fact, people used to be waiting for me to go to sleep so they could be here, right? Yes, that's what happened in 2020. People's telling me, we wait for you to go to sleep, Miss Bob. And then, right? So I'm like, damn, but I had no problem. I could go my ass to sleep, right? Or I wouldn't go to sleep, but I would look at TV or whatever, right? I had a grandson. I could do what I'm going to do. But then, whatever happens when I'm not here, they didn't hold me responsible for it. You hold me responsible for some shit that happened when I'm not here. Somebody tell you something and y'all get back and forth with it. And then now, I don't like Miss Bomb channel. Bitch, what is you talking about? You one of the main ones who told me you were waiting for me to go to sleep. Ain't that something? Man, they don't like when I stop some of the mess. And then they'll claim that the mess got too much for them when I'm not stopping the mess. I don't stop all mess, but I do stop it from going too far. Like I feel like I can tell when things are going too far. Right? I can see where, okay, you're pushing, they pushing back, everybody's pushing. Maybe you pushing and pushing and pushing. I can tell when somebody is about to break, and then I'll stop it, right? So it don't go too far to where it can't be retrievable, fixable, or whatever, But when I'm trying to stop it, I watch people stop me and then claim I'm on the other person's side because I'm trying to stop it. And then so I back off on stopping it. And then when I don't stop it and it go too far, then I get blamed. I'm like, what? Y'all don't, I was trying to stop both of you. I'm like, I was trying to stop both of you. I know your buttons. I know this person buttons. I know, first of all, y'all know each other buttons. So y'all know y'all pushing each other buttons. I recognize what y'all doing. And I say, okay, let's stop right here. And then, no, both of y'all turn on me, tell me, no, no, no. And I'm like, God damn, like, and then shit go overboard. And it's my fault, y'all. It's my fault. And then other people get in their ears and shit, right? And start talking about, well, yeah, we saw what Bomb did. But the thing is, them people already was against me already. So, like, for me to listen to somebody come and tell me, yeah, I saw what somebody did. I saw what this person did. I saw what that person did. And I eat that shit up and start thinking about what they saying. Nah, you can't convince me, baby. Like I'm too old for anybody to get in my ear and convince me of something. Like, for real, y'all could show me something. It's best you send me the link or you show me. I'm gonna go look at it myself and I'm gonna determine what it is that I see and hear myself. And then from there I'll decide whether it's important or not. And then I'll keep it pushing. Okay. But I realize that people live in alternate worlds. People have agendas, right? That might be different than mine. Like, we all have agendas. Even I have an agenda, right? Depending on what my agenda is in that moment, depends on how I'm gonna react. Like, I might have an agenda where we're gonna have it's a good conversation. I'm gonna participate in this conversation, right? But I also might have an agenda like, this shit is boring, and I'm about to get rowdy with it. And then I might crack a few jokes. And I'm not really serious, right? Especially if these dumbass niggas saying dumbass shit. Right? Like, I'm a little too impatient for stupidity. I have a lots of patience, but I only have a small amount of patience for straight up stupidity, though. You know what I mean? Like, you might hear me in the background and say some shit like, these niggas really dumb. These niggas are dumb. And I be meaning that shit. Right? To have a conversation with an idiot is almost like, kind of like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot having a conversation with idiots. Like, there's a time limit on that motherfucker shit, right? You could convince them. You can't convince them. You really can't. Like, you say, hey, this color is black, and the motherfuckers be like, nah, how you know? That's not even a color. That's not a color. That's the absence of color. That's the absence of color. Like, what the? Okay, and then you say, okay, well, okay, we could go with that. That's the absence of color, otherwise known as black. But how you know it's black? A white man told us it was black. I'm like, okay, god damn. The white man told us it was black. How you know it's really black? We're like, nigga, it's the name of something. Just like your name is your name. Your mama gave you your name or your daddy gave it. But how we know that's your name? We know because that's what they named you. And we and in society, that's what we do, right? We name things. We give it a name. And they signify who gives it the name, the person who invented it or founded it, who found it, right? And they're able to give it a name. If I have a baby and I say, for here goes Malik, and you can't come and tell me, well, how I know that's Malik. I'm like, because I named it. And they like, well, how you get to name it? Because it's mine. I made it. I created it. Dumbass motherfucking niggas. I can only have so much conversation with them before I just start cracking jokes on their ass. It's starting to get real redundant and ridiculous. Ridiculous, redundant, silly, talking to imbeciles. Okay? Yeah, I can only do it but for so long. Okay? And then the thing is, they think they're smart, and that's the part that fucks me up. That they'll have these conversations and they claiming that they having it because they think that they are debaters. Like they use the word I'm a great debater, and I'm like, you're the worst debater ever. Like you can't even follow instructions, you can't stay on topic, and you don't even know how to let things go. Gotta be the worst. Now, and then they like it's ridiculous, yo. But the thing is, you know who they can't have those type of conversations with? Me. I've been on the panels with some of these dumbass niggas. They don't like the fact that if they say something factual, I'll say yeah. But then they do this thing called leaping, right? Ergo. They don't even know what ergo means. I'm gonna let you know though. When I say ergo, that's like that means a leap. You made this statement and you decided to leap into another by proving this. Doesn't mean that you proved that. You jumped way over there. And you want to make the connection. Like, just because women are twerkers don't mean that they're ratchet. Just because black women know how to twerk don't mean that they're ratchet. They'll make that ergo. They will literally say she's twerking and therefore she's ratchet. And then when we start mentioning other dances that moves your hips, you know what I mean, to disprove their point, they start saying, well, why are you mentioning other races of people? Because you mentioned that black women are ratchet. You forgot that white women twerk as well. That's why, dumbass nigga. Anyway. I don't know. Why did I put this up? I can't find what I was looking for. There go that man. We had the man. Man, there was so many men over here. We lost all the men because of some of the men, right? Like Cyber, over there rocking that dead man's channel. I had to unsubscribe. I gotta make sure I'm unsubscribed under this channel too. Cause where I had no problem supporting RBR, my support does not reach out to Cyber. Okay. And I don't have no problem supporting people. Okay. I don't give a care what color they are, but I used to really, truly, really support black people. Like I used to, if you was a black channel, I automatically just hit support. That's what I used to do. I ain't even gonna lie. Just on automatic. Black man, you got my support. Black woman. I mean, automatically. I see, oh, it's a black channel, I would subscribe. I ain't got no money to give you, but I sure could give you a subscription. Okay. I now see that our people's not really like that. We got motherfuckers who they'll come and watch you and sit there for hours and not hit that subscribe button. That's when you know they really love you, baby. That's when they really love you. Let me find a beat. That's when I know them niggas love me, baby. Okay? Because them niggas come and watch. They have to type my name in. They got to type my name in to find me every time. And they always looking for a bitch like me. Yeah, they always looking for a bitch like me. This 8 days ago. Let's see what it sound like. Hey. What? Woo! Yeah, here we go. Hey, looking for a bitch like me. Why you looking all in my teeth? Yeah, come and sit with me. another bitch like me, they'll take in my whole name. Put their ass to shame. Yeah. What? Yeah. Say again. Say itty bitty, small ass titty, like over there with your ass pretty. It's called a dick. Now you're shitty. And here we go. Not the pity. Fuck you, nigga, fuck you. Ha! I know you wanna fuck me, fuck you. I know you wanna fuck you. Fuck you more too. Want a bitch like me? You want a bitch like me? Like to see a bitch on TV? You wanna see my ass? They like bitches like me, y'all. They really, really love me. These motherfuckers love me so much that they don't subscribe, but they comment all the fucking time. They have to type in bomb cherry. And look, they ain't even got to type out the whole bomb because the shit is automatically set up in their goddamn browser. Baby, they watch me so motherfucking much. These niggas be looking. They be watching. Okay, and they women be sitting there. I don't know why you're sitting there, honey. You know that nigga like big chicks. He like big shapely chicks, though. He just got with you because you the sloppy bitch who are giving out your coochie to every motherfucker body. You nasty ass whore. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with being a whore, I guess. I mean, if you ain't got nothing to do except give your pussy to anybody who wants it, honey, you just giving it away, bitch. Like me offering you a Tic Tac because it looked like your breath stank, ho. That's how you give out your pussy, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Your man over there talking about another nigga, right? Who had the visuals of your pussy on his camera just but 5 months ago. You had your shit wide open. That nigga should be ashamed of himself. That nigga fighting another nigga because you jealous. You mad because he chose somebody else. That gotta be the weirdest thing. That's almost like it's like some weird ass shit. Okay? That's some weird ass shit. And look, if I had never told you the truth, what I just told you, you might want to unpack that shit. Imagine that your woman was in that nigga's DM. It went down in the DM. It went down in the DM. Woo! It went down in the DM. It went down in the DM. He was able to see her tonsils through her pussy. And now her man is over there fighting a nigga. Yeah, look, if anything, I would have been like, hey, why are we fighting him again? You might want to ask, why are we fighting him again? Because it looks bad. You know what I mean? It looks real bad. And I don't understand why what you come sitting by just letting that shit go. I'll be talking about your motherfucking insides from here till tomorrow. That's what I would do if I was old dude. I'd be like, yeah, like when I was trying to see it, I couldn't see it. But once she lifted up her leg, like I would be explaining every position your ass laid in. You know what I mean? Like when that nigga who got drunk when he told on your ass. when that nigga got drunk, a whole other nigga started with an ant and with a T. When that nigga got drunk, he was over there bus talking about how you had your legs spread up. He said how you tried to lift one of your legs and the motherfucker was too heavy for you to really lift it up, bitch. I was like, God damn, even I can lift them legs. Woo. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But hey, we ain't the same, ho. We ain't the same. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but it looked like I'm about to do this. It looked like I said I wasn't gonna do this, but I think I done already started to do this. I don't know. I'm trying to calm myself down. Let me count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Calm your ass down, bomb, before you roast that bitch. Before you tell everybody what she did and be a snitch. Look, I'm trying not to be a snitch, babe. But the niggas tell me everything, girl. I promise. Look, if I make a promise to send one of these niggas a special video, if they give me anything, on you, ho. They will send me your shit, but I already got your shit. They done sent it to me. I listen, y'all. Anybody want that vagina picture? Y'all, all y'all got to do is hit me in the email, honey, to see that I'm not lying about that gaping ass motherfucking hole. And then I'll venture a bit. If anybody can put out a hole of mine that's wide and gaping, I'll give you $1,000. That's $1,000, baby. $1,000 motherfucking dollars on that. 1,000 on that. Oh, baby. I got 1,000 on there. You ain't gonna get no gaping hole from me, baby. Ain't got nothing that's gaping and wide over here, bitch. Okay, I got some wide ass shit on me now. They ain't no secrets. You know what I'm saying? Never been a secret, honey. Ain't never. I can't hide it even if I wanted to. But that bitch got a whole motherfucking community that can lay in that vagina and still have room for another motherfucker community. That's how gaping hole that motherfucker shit is. It's like I didn't even know they come like that. It's almost like the baby just came out and it decided not to close back up. It just still like as if a head came out. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I saw. I don't know what the rest of you motherfuckers saw, but I saw it, honey. And then it was like many years after the birth of children, and it's just still in that same state. I guess that motherfucker just ain't got no muscles. You know what I'm saying? What I would tell you to do is squeeze and relax. And squeeze and relax. Girl, squeeze and relax. Get the muscles up the part. Say squeeze and relax. Hey, squeeze and relax. Yeah, squeeze and relax. Get them muscles up the part. But I can't tell you what to do, girl. Who am I? Ooh, I ain't your mama, baby. She should have taught you, girl. She should have taught you. You might have a man that you were being able to keep for many motherfucking years. You understand what I'm saying? See, there's a difference in having sex with a man and then a man just being like, that shit wasn't nothing. You know what I mean? And then having sex with a man and that nigga comes back. Now, see, I didn't know that I was any different than any other one. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Until I start hearing these men talk about, yeah, sex, they ain't no feeling. I'm thinking, nigga, what you working like? What you got over there? You must ain't got nothing. And then I start realizing that the women don't know exercises and they're not doing the exercises. And then I saw a picture of one of them. We know goddamn well that bitch ain't never did that bitch doing exercises the wrong way. She picking up dumbbells and shit like that. And that's why her shit probably fell out, hit the ground. She had to pick that pussy back up and put that shit back in. And they probably had to stitch it up for a backup. But girl, listen, your shit should have never been that wide and outside, honey. It should have never. You could be a big girl. You got that good though. That good. That wet, and that tight, honey. You gotta have some grip. With the kung fu grip, bitch. You gotta have a kung fu grip. You ain't got no grip to tall, honey. Your shit is called gripless, honey. I'm like, that's no grip to tall, no walls at all, girl. What the fuck is you doing over there? Who taught you or didn't teach you right, honey? Listen, ladies, you got to do some exercises. Your shit just don't work because it's there. It don't work because it's there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if you don't use it, don't believe these motherfuckers when they say, well, it's just naturally gonna get tight because you ain't using it. Nah, that like who taught you that? That shit is fucked up. Okay, that ain't right. You got to exercise a muscle. It's almost like just not picking up nothing, not getting up. Just because I don't get up, I don't get up. I just sit down or lay down all the time. And when I go to stand up, the muscles gonna be weak, baby. It might feel a little tight going in up on entry. That's only if it ain't wet right. But after that, then it falls back in the same shape it remembers. Wide open. I mean, her shit is on memory foam. The memory foam is on wide open. Okay, it's just wide. It's just like a motherfucker that stuck his head inside to see why it's so big in there. He decided, let me put my head in, let me look. Something ain't right. Nigga put his head in. and and that shit decided to memory foam, okay, around that nigga head. That motherfucking shit was wide like that. Like I was like when he was showing the picture, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, oh my God. Like, why would anybody send anybody some shit that look like that? Why would you do that, girl? Like, I've been in the business for a while. You know, a picture is a thousand words, okay? And in her case, her picture is like a million words, and all them words is wide open. All the spells is wide, like W. It's like 100,000 W's, 100,000 I's, 100,000 D's, and 100,000 E's, baby. What that equals? That's like 500,000. Yeah, that's just the word wide. And now we're gonna do wide. We gotta do open, and we're gonna add a couple of 100,000 more to each of those letters. And that's what her shit is spelling, baby. It's spelling wide the fuck open. I was like, and it was unattractive. Like, if you're gonna send a pussy pic, but you don't know what you do, girl, it's supposed to look appealing. It's supposed to make a nigga want to put it on a plate and eat that motherfucker. He not even look. He don't even want to use a fork or a knife, bitch. He just want to take his tongue and just go. He just want to play with it with his tongue on it. That's what it's supposed to look like. That shit that you sent, girl, is disgusting, honey. Okay, it looked like it. It looked like it had road rage. Like somebody was just driving in and out, and um they was doing spins and shit with cars and motorcycles and shit. It looked like somebody was real pissed off running up in and out of that shit. Girl, fuck out of here, you dumb ass raggedy bitch. We ain't even gonna talk about your face, honey. She put up a whole video trying to be sexy. Lord have mercy. I just watched it. Now look, this thing right now, I said I was gonna not do this, so I'm gonna tone my ass down. But bitch, if I was doing this for real right now, I got the shit ready to go, bitch. I got the videos that everybody be laughing at, honey. I can't believe you thought that was sexy, you out of shape, raggedy looking motherfucker. I'm not even talking about you being a thin girl, no shit. I'm talking about like you just fucking built all fucked up, po. But mainly it's your face that scares everybody, though. It's just, I understand why these men are afraid of you. I guess if I was a man and you know and worried that a Shrek looking bitch might attack me and I can't really attack her back because she's a woman, I guess I would be scared too. But bitch, I'm not a nigga, and so if you hit me, bitch, I'm straight fucking you up. See how that is? So I ain't scared of no ugly ass, ratchet ass motherfucking bitches. I know when you was a kid, you was used to bitches being scared of you. I ain't gonna lie, when I was a younger girl, them ugly bitches, everybody was kind of scared of them. They were scared of the ugly bitches, except me, bitch. I ain't give a fuck about no ugly bitch hoe. I thought I was an ugly bitch hoe. So I felt like shit, two ugly bitches scrapping in the street. That's what we gonna be doing, ho. These raggedy ass, ain't nobody ass bitches who got their pussy spread out on this bitch like motherfucking peanut butter got the fucking nerve to talk about a bitch who took sexy ass pictures. Honey, you could listen. I got pictures to share. All you had to do was ask me, ho, and you could share them wherever you could legally share them, ho. I'll give you permission. Cause what you have been sharing, okay, already, them niggas be over there and they'll look at what you got, they'll grab it, and then they go and they, you know, in their privacy of their area and they do what they do with it, honey. They ain't doing that with you though. They ain't doing that with you. Look, that bitch was over there on her channel showing a picture of mine when I had on underwear and trying to say what was seen. That bitch was doing close-ups and everything. And she ain't never seen something so pretty in her motherfucking life. It wasn't wide and ugly like hers. I guess she probably was wondering what she gonna do with them fat lips, girl. Ask them men what they'll do with them, girl. They like to kiss them. Anyway, I'ma stop. I just got a channel back. I been lost the channel while getting another one back. That ain't right. That ain't right. But y'all know it's that time, baby. It's that time. I don't know. Look, I ain't even blaming the person who sent me the link, but I got a link to a Rumble. I was like, this bitch is over there trying to rumble. I go over there and shake up your little ass Rumble, bitch. Okay? She trying to make a name off of my name and other people's names. Bitch, go get you some business, hoe. And when you want to put up proof of somebody's shit, you put up proof of you trying to sue somebody because your feelings got hurt. Girl, I'll have your listen. I'll sell your pussy pic. Now I ain't gonna lie. Motherfuckers ain't gonna buy it. I can't tell them it's mine because if I told them it's mine, business is out the door. Nobody. And them men would be talking about me like it ain't nothing. It would just be terrible if I were to put out some shit like that. But I tell you what, this is what I'm gonna do. They now I'm gonna go ahead. I gotta go read the term of service on Rumble first, right? Because I'm not really down for breaking no laws on the channel. I want to make sure that it's not accessible to children and shit like that. Like, how can I protect it from children? But bitch, I tell you what though, if y'all telling me that I could go to Rumble and put up damn near anything, right? Y'all tell me how I do it to make an adult, to make sure children can't access it. And then I'll put this bitch against me. Vagina to vagina, bitch. Okay? And I ain't gonna even be no old picture, bitch. I'll take the fucking new picture, hoe. And I'll prove that it's a new picture too. I'll prove it. Because I'll make a video. You know this is what I done all my motherfucking adult years, bitch. I know how to do it. And I ain't have no airbrushing, no programs to put filters on it, bitch. I ain't got to do none of that, honey. I just show videos of me. I ain't got no makeup on, honey. You know? And so what I'm saying is, like, we could do that. We could do that. Okay? We could do that. And since you ain't gonna want to put no money on it, how about this? We put that lame ass nigga of yours on the line. And if I win, that nigga gonna have to make a video saying that Bomb is the motherfucking sexiest that he's seen in since he been dating you. That's what all he gotta say. And y'all let that bitch know I said that's a challenge and she up for it. Let's get it. Let's go. But if Rumble is not the place to do it, then bitch, you know, you be claiming you make websites and shit. I ain't never seen nothing shit you ever did that wasn't just a placemat where you had to throw here. Girl, I write code, bitch. Now I'll do a website and it'll be easy. You know, people that have already been to my shit. We done all kinds of pose and shit on my shit. It don't take me no time if that's what I decide I want to do. And let's get it. Let's go. You ain't even got to send me a picture. I'm going to put that ugly ass motherfucker picture that I already got from your used to be man, Aunt T, who ratted you out, ho. That nigga was on here telling everybody how fucking disgusting your shit was. That's how, when that nigga got that alcohol in him, how the truth came out, bitch. You can't find a man ever in my entire past that would say anything even close to that. Gee, girl, but I could show you them in my DMs still today, talking about how we dated when we was kids, and they want to know if I'm still married. Okay, that's what I could show you. And to these other raggedy ass niggas too, who would love to see this goddamn competition. Go and get that bitch all into it. I'm down with it. I don't know why. Y'all already know who I am, but I'm with it. I'm down. Okay? You got to go talk to that hoe who's so amateur. She put out the worst kind of fucking picture. Her shit was wide the fuck open. She sent that to a man. How you get your pussy wide open without touching it, ho? That bitch was laying there. She didn't even have to put no. She didn't have to reach down and grab it and open it up. It was just open. All she had to do was open her legs, let you see it. It was just wide open already. I'm like, niggas turned on because they like, oh shit, it's already open. Let me just slide in. They're not too happy though when they realize it stayed in that state. There was no grip to it. No kung fu grip, no closure. That nigga was looking for dowels on the side, trying to tweak her nipples, hoping that he could get that pussy tighter. This nigga turning the right nipple to the right and the left nipple to the left, thinking he can tighten up this pussy, but it just didn't work. You wonder why these niggas is turning your nipples, bitch, because they trying to tighten that wide ass motherfucker pussy. I don't know why I got on this bitch. I already knew this was coming. I tried to keep it low down. I said I wasn't gonna do it. It never works. It never works. The more I try to keep it suppressed, the more it comes out and worse. So I'm glad that I done it, right? But honey, don't come for me, bitch. Don't come for me. And listen, the weird thing about this shit is before you knew your man knew me. Girl. It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing when bitches come for you while they sleeping with a nigga who was trying to sleep with you. If I would have slept with that nigga, there would be no you in his motherfucking eyesight, honey. You just lucky I'm married. You lucky I'm fucking married, ho. That man was over there talking about all the shit he do to women and shit when he was having them sexual conversations. Bitch, he done already told us what you about, honey, without talking about you, because he told us what he into and what all a bitch can do for him. And girl, so we already know. Okay? We already know. You're going to have to remain as feminine as you could be, bitch. Okay? Around that nigga. Can't cook, can't do shit. You better spend that money on that nigga. Girl. You lucky my husband know a little bit about that nigga, because if he didn't, I'll show you something. I'll show you something. But I ain't gonna show you though. I ain't gonna show you. Okay? Your man is just like any other motherfucking man who was single. So he was single, so it's all good. And I think I heard this bitch say they getting married. Girl, you gonna be just like the other girl. Ain't no motherfucker different. Except it's gonna be him running from you and then talking about your ass, girl. And talk about how trifling you are, girl. Okay, don't get me started, honey. Don't get me started. The rumors on the street is that you are a fucking bad parent, honey. And I ain't talking about on no YouTube streets neither. I'm talking about in your neighborhood, ho. I'm gonna stop and leave it right there, okay? See, that's the thing. You got to stop fucking with motherfuckers you don't know, because you think you're the top dog until a big dog come about, bitch. You know what I'm saying? When the big dog decide that she ain't gonna play with you because you said you don't want to play, right? You say, well, we're not gonna play on YouTube. Bomb was willing to play on YouTube. You say, nah. So you go and put up fake documents and shit. So I figure, well, how else do you beat fake documents? It was real documents, right? So I'm just saying, honey, like, you done put out so many fake documents. Girl, I got the picture of you with you bruised and shit like that when you was getting your ass beat. You put that out your motherfucker self. I got you. Let me explain some pictures I got of you, bitch. I got you in a picture of your bra. Why would you be on this bitch in your bra looking like you're a whole man with titties? You know all them people. You don't know that the people from the other side of YouTube done sent me all their shit on you, bitch. They done ran you from over there. You thought you were gonna come over here and be the big boss bitch. Girl, you ain't shit. Cause your pussy is around this bitch. Spread out. Spread wide eagle. Eagle, just wide open. I'm even looking for the button to close that bitch up. I'm like, this can't be a real vagina. Ooh, Jesus. Look, I done seen porn stars with less gaping than you, girl. What the fuck is going on with your body, ho? What you was fun? You the type of chick who like get fisted? Cause that's I ain't gonna lie, that it looked like a whole motherfucking fist or two that got put in that motherfucking shit. You done ruined your whole insides, honey. Every time you walk, we hear it's air escaping out your pussy, bitch, and your pussy lips going. Oh. Everybody say thank you to Auntie, baby. Auntie, listen, when Auntie gave us the best information ever, baby, when he put out your pussy pic. And then your ass was crying. Everybody talking about your pussy. Girl, ooh, I could draw your pussy right now. Let me see. Wait, let me draw a pussy real quick, y'all. Let me show y'all. Give me a second. I gotta share the whiteboard. Let me see. How do I do it? I gotta share the whiteboard. Let me see. How do I do it? I gotta go to whiteboard down here. I ain't got too much time, man. I hope I'm not missing what how you go to whiteboard? Whiteboard, here we go. Whiteboard, new whiteboard. Okay. I don't need to add no sticky notes. Just give me my tools, baby. Let me draw. Come on, whiteboard. There you go. There we go. We need a pen. Let me see if I could draw. And there go her pussy. That's her pussy right there. This is her pussy. This is the inside. And I'm not joking. That's how that picture looked. And her shit would just remain open like that. It was like this. I was like, I was able to see this bitch tonsils. The dentist don't have to say, go to her mouth and say, ah, all he just got to take off her pants. He get a better view. He get a better view of her tonsils and her throat area and everything just by going to her pussy, baby. Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. Okay. Miss Robinson. Listen, Miss Robinson. Listen. You just said my name one, two motherfucker time. You understand? What you need to go get is get a mommy makeover, bitch. And instead of working with your outside body, you need to work out with the inside of your pussy, honey. You need to. I don't know what they call it. I don't even know if it's such thing. I know they can fix the lips and shit like that to make them look cuter and things like that. And they can even whiten your asshole and things like that. But what I'm saying is there anything where they can stitch your shit back together? They need to take a stitch from here to here and then loop it back to here and here and then loop it back to here and here and then loop it back to here and here. Then they need to go down here and do this. They loop it from here to here and here to here and here to here. And then they got to figure out how to maybe loop this from here to here to here to here and maybe over here to here to here to here. And so you can have this tiny little opening right here. That's the part that you need to have open. See all this other shit? This shit should not be open, honey. That should be closed, right? A man should be able to slide in the hole and to get a little bigger and form around him. But at the state that you're at, you're just open. And niggas can go and put their fist in. And that's not right. I don't think that's healthy. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a good thing you're a big girl and them cheeks and everything fluffy about you is making sure air don't go in your vagina. But the problem is, bitch, when you're walking, And the air just when you walk in, air is escaping your butt. And look, people might be confused and think that you have gas, but it is gas. It's just going through the other hole instead. You too young for that, honey. You too young for that. Mm-mm. I heard that might happen when we get much older. I don't know. That's why you need to be doing your Kegels, ladies, because y'all think this shit, y'all, I know what I'm saying is funny, but what I'm telling you, though, is her picture really did look like that. And for those of you that saw it, you know I ain't lying. Okay, she know I ain't lying. That's why she was embarrassed. See, because I ain't never embarrassed about no niggas having no vagina picture, honey. I can tell you where you gonna go, how you could pay, and you could see it. And it ain't no doubting that is me. My face and everything is in it. I never gave just no picture of just a piece of vagina. Like, I can grab your pussy and get at the niggas. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't talk to me again. I wouldn't be able to get no money or nothing from them. Niggas would be like, oh, just like the niggas this bitch had to lay down and play with toys with niggas while they washed her. And they ain't giving no money neither. She was giving them money. She was giving Jay Prince money so he can watch her vagina. She was giving out the fucking money. I ain't listen. If you could show me what that ever happened with me, where I ever gave a nigga some money to watch me. In fact, they give me money to watch them these days. That bitch was paying niggas money. You know what I'm saying? Giving them 100 here, 100 there, and then hitting them up in the back chat. And and then they was able to be sweet on when she was running behind Jay Prince. Now she over there trying to dog that nigga because he got married to a whole nother woman. Girl, you is a pitiful little bitch, girl. You should be ashamed. And anybody who listen to this bitch put whatever she put out, nothing wrong with it. I guess if you like the lies, I guess she don't even make the lies funny, like it's not funny. She's speaking like it's true, right? And she putting out any information that anybody can have, and then on the information it says that it was non-founded, 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 right? But she bragging about they over there acting like they got all the information, like they got specialties, right? They got something that nobody can get when we all can get it, and then all because she mad because he married another woman. Now see, Jesus, girl, you look pitiful. I don't know if other people don't want to tell you how pitiful you look, but girl, you look pitiful. And your man fighting your battle with you, he just don't know he fighting because another nigga chose another bitch over you. He thinking, I don't even know why he think he fighting. I don't know why he think he fighting Jay Prince. I don't know why he think he fighting him, but we do know apparently they both dealing with the same fucking woman, and Jay Prince had pics at her first. This nigga just went second. The nigga didn't even go second or third. Like, I could name 5 niggas in this space. And then I could go to another space and there's like 15 of them. Y'all with a motherfucking bitch who spread thinner than peanut butter. This bitch is running her pussy smooth like water and giving everybody a little piece. Anybody who want a little bit of it. You niggas, look, if you niggas don't get burned, then I don't even know what to tell you. Maybe she's a little cleaner or she get them shots or something. But I'm just telling you, you niggas fucking around with a bitch who just give it out like it ain't shit. Nigga, you thirsty? Here go a little bit of my wide open pussy, nigga. That's who she is. She done came up, set up in this area from a whole nother area and came from another area before that area. That bitch is just nothing like water. She ain't got no flavor, no taste, and her shit is always running wide fucking open. Like the dam. Ain't got no grip on that motherfucker. That bitch gotta piss. That bitch better hurry up and go to that toilet or it might just fall out. Okay? Nah. I said I wasn't gonna do it. I tried not. I said, don't give her no attention, that raggedy bitch. Why would you give a raggedy bitch attention? I don't know why I would give a raggedy bitch Okay. Aries, how you doing? Oh shit! Is he on? Oh, I got to go. Okay, y'all, let me stop. It's 8. What? Let me get to the debate. Let's get to the debate, y'all. I'ma find it. It's gonna be easily found. Oh man. I'm shocked he showed his ass up. I mean, doo-doo. Okay. Then Aries told me to calm my ass down. She said, Bomb, what is you doing? Why you talk about that child in her wide open pussy? And Aries is right. I shouldn't be doing. I shouldn't be. Aries always come and calm me down. See? That's why we miss her. Let's see.
Hi everyone, so today I'm going to show you how to...
Come on, man. There we go. Let's see. NBC. We're gonna go right here. We go right here. We go right here. Let's see. Fair use. What is this shit? Did it start yet?
Like that on the...
Okay. I think it started at 8:30, or did it start already? I'm gonna put the link up. Anybody want to come up so we can share our thoughts? I just rewinded just to make sure it hadn't started yet.
Follow-up questions to try to really pin down and drill down.
It said don't start for... I don't think it starts for... Oh, yeah. It don't start for a half hour. Okay. Okay, yeah. It don't even start yet. Okay, yeah. We can stop that. I thought so. I was like, damn, I thought... Oh, it's on commercials? Yeah, girl. I ain't got... Look, I'm gonna watch it through my channel. We ain't gonna have no commercials, girl. We gonna watch that shit, right? Because I have... And we gonna have some fun. Hey, Mel. How's everybody doing? Okay, I did say I wasn't gonna talk about wideness. Okay. I said I wasn't, but I just like for some reason they always mentioning my name. I don't know why. I go to whole other programs and my name and titles with nobody watching, which means it kind of told me, well, Bomb, you ain't really gotta say nothing because like ain't nobody over there watching. The same people who watch over there is the same people over here. You know what I'm saying? And people don't know who she talking about. And then once the men click on the photos and see that she's not even telling the truth, you know, and then they end up in my email. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, why am I getting this new wave of people joining my Instagram and, you know, trying to get in my Facebook? And I'm like, what? Something must have happened. You know, somebody must have mentioned me. And now I'm getting this new wave of group of men or people, right? And I'm like, damn, like, ho, don't you have a man? You ain't got no business. She says she own a business. She's busy, this and that. And yet she still got all this time. They got all this time. And her man so beaten up on Jay Prince. Jay Prince over there still gonna get his money from his people who gonna help him in his situation. And he gonna come out better than before, I guess. That's, you know, if you call it better, but you could call it better, right? If he get knocked down and he take a step up. I saw the day where he said he won with his children, right? And still have his children while people calling and try to get his children taken from him. That's why the police is showing up. Yeah, the thing is they setting up the police reports. Like they're setting up the police reports by sending the police and CPS to his home. And then when that happens, then now they gotta do their thing, right? They take him in. Now, I'm not here to say whether he's a good parent, bad parent, or not, right? That's everybody's decision to make, and as far as I'm concerned. But what I am saying is, I'm just saying, y'all. There's been CPS involved in a few of these motherfucking lives. You know what I mean? Like, if you could show, look, one time CPS came to my door because somebody on YouTube sent them. And they knocked at the door. There was a claim of some bullshit. And I said, well, yeah, I don't have no children live here. But yeah, you could walk through. I said, but they probably talking about my grandson. And they were like, oh, it's your grandson. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. And he has parents. Yep. I let them in. They walked through and they went about their business. I ain't never seen them again. Okay. In fact, they didn't even know my first name or nothing like that. Right. And so that's how simple it is for somebody to show up at your door. Now, so they set up they set it up that way, and then they want to go get the document when they know that they the ones who sent the police there. So I don't know. And that other shit, you know, showing the documents, but not stopping long enough to read through them and reading the part where it says not founded. Police said not founded. Police released them. Like, you know what I mean? This is what happened. Not founded, not founded, not founded. And you know, the bad thing about it is because it's getting not founded so much, if something really do happen, they're going to overlook it. It's going to be overlooked. Okay. It's almost like it could be like the worst thing. The worst thing could happen, and it's gonna be overlooked. Anyway, so what y'all think gonna happen? Y'all think he gonna show up? Yeah, you know they in the cloud. You know when I talk about that wild ass pussy ass bitch, these niggas get scared. Y'all know they got certain people, Aries, that if you talk about on YouTube, motherfuckers scary to the clouds, girl. They go to the clouds, girl. They look. I can't say nothing. If I know two people right now, if I mention their names, motherfucker gonna run, zoom, zoom. I ain't never seen no shit like it before in my life. I'm like, damn. Motherfuckers like, because they know if that person see them in the chat while I'm talking about them, they going to talk about them. Now, isn't that funny? Because I can see people in their chat while they talking about me. And you know what? I don't tell people, oh, I bet not see. I don't call them out or none of that shit. Right? They get called out in some other areas. So they scared. But all I'm saying is, damn, bitch, what you scared of? This YouTube. All you got to do is go see where that bitch has CPS called on her. Fuck out of here. See when that bitch sued somebody in 2022, or was it 2020? What that was? I could go look it up right now. For libel. That bitch like, oh, they bullying me too much. They said something that's not true. And then this bitch turns around and do the same thing. She wanted the jury trial. She wanted a jury trial, y'all. She thought she could convince the motherfucking people. Woo, baby. Oh, damn. Baby. I just was like, motherfucker, just they gonna run. I get it, right? Or maybe I should start doing that, right? Because I had to put that stance down the last time with the other person. I was like, oh, you bitches over there with this bitch while she's saying the most, and you over there, yeah, that's right. And I was like, okay, bitch. Now I'm coming at y'all like she come at you, but she don't come at you like I'm gonna come at you. You understand? Because she needs your hoe, and I don't. I don't need your motherfucking little dollars. Okay? We got bitches, they need your dollars. Okay? They need you to put money in the cookie jar. They need you to put money, even though they claim that they wealthy and shit. You can donate, or you don't have to donate. Right? And so since I don't need you, then I don't give no fucks. And if you come for me over there when another bitch coming for me, then I might turn around and come for you. And I don't be giving no fucks that you over there talking about. Well, all I was in the chat, and I was like, bitch, nah, you wasn't just in the chat. I see what you was saying, ho. Well, you know, well, but you know, nah, fuck all that shit. That's how I stop that shit from happening. Now it looks like I'm gonna have to put my motherfucking foot down on others and stop that shit from happening. When them bitches is over there talking about me and you in the motherfucking chats, just know that I might end up being like I was in 2022, bitch, and 2020, 2019. Don't let me get nothing like 2019, ho. And motherfuckers like keeping their jobs. I'm not the one who gonna take your job from you. She is. So when she gonna get mad at you, you come for me because you're scared of her, but you should be scared of me. Now, the truth is that bitch is gonna be the one to take your job. That's why you shouldn't even be over there fucking with her. See, that's what you don't understand. You don't see what she does. You think you special though. You think you special. You think, oh, you're gonna always remain on that good side and she ain't coming for you. Nah, she gonna come for you, bitch, because I'm gonna piss her off, right? And then she gonna come for you. Cause I'm gonna come for you. And then she gonna come for you at your job. See, I'm gonna crack some fucking jokes on you. You probably gonna laugh it off. You gonna be mad at me. Of course you gonna be mad. Bitch, you should be mad, ho. But she then gonna come for you, honey, and get your job taken from you. Okay. Now I can tell you where she worked. And if you want to do it like she does it, then you could go and get her job taken away. In fact, I was thinking about sending the email to her motherfucking employers, sending links to the shit that she's doing on here and shit like that. I was thinking about doing some shit like that, right? CDC. I was thinking about doing that, but then I said, well, hmm, and it's not, I haven't not considered it. It's still a consideration of mine. And I'm still thinking about who exactly in the corporation, in that little company that I contact, right? Who do I contact? Like, see, because she think that well, she's a own operator, but she working for others, right? And I'm gonna show that how she's a danger to everybody and anybody, right? Because what she's doing online, and then I guess they'll let her go. And I ain't gonna have no shame in it. I mean, I'm not gonna come and say, yeah, that's what I did, because I ain't gonna be bragging about it. But I'm just saying, bitch, I'm not above it, ho. Like I've always said, I could go as low as motherfucker go. You go low, then I could go as low as you go. I ain't even got to go lower than you. Like you already at the sub-zero level, bitch. You already at the lowest of the low. Like they don't get no more grotesque, more disgusting. Right? They don't go. It don't get no disgusting than trying to take people livelihoods from them and shit. Searching out people's family members and shit like that. It don't get no lower. And then I decided just today that, well, these motherfuckers keep fucking with me, then let me go find their family. And lo and behold, the whole group of family members there. All I have to do is find your name, your man name, right? Little Rock, like all I had to do, and then lo and behold, the trail to the family, baby. Because the family, sometime in the last 10 years, they made a comment here and there. The search was very short. I didn't even do it on the surface level. I actually went behind the onion. It's called the dark net. And below and behold, baby, how things are threaded together on the dark net. Like it shows me it's like real simple. It was simple. They call it data mining, to a degree, where these people and these corporations have already done all the work, and it's sitting in the back for any of us to grab. And I was thinking, damn, like it's just right here. And these wide hole pussy hoes, these pictures with these wide ass bitches, these wide ass pussies, girl. I wonder how anybody who work with you, any of them niggas who live around you, what you think if they got a pussy pic? If I sent them your name, told them who you are, and said, and by the way, this is her pussy. Ooh, yeah. And then I go, I don't know, let me see my notes. I'm sorry. Let me go through my notes right quick. And then I go to Detroit, Michigan, right? And then I decide to share a picture of a nigga and say, oh, this is his woman, and here go her pussy pic. Oh, and let me see. Yeah, right there. That would just be so mean. The CDC, girl, how you know? Listen, apparently I just was late I just was late to go and get the information. Cause today I just decided, okay, well, the motherfuckers keep playing. I got it. I got time. And lo and behold, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, all kinds of shit, right? All just treading away email addresses and all. Girl. It's just too much. I'm just late. I don't be paying attention. Y'all probably already had all this information. I just never pay attention because I'm never interested in people's real information. Like I really am not. I could crack jokes and never have to know anything about you, right? Hopefully the jokes don't land, but they do because I read people, right? I read people very well. I already know. We already know she got a CPS report somewhere in because we know her. Nasty, vile, yuck, never with them. They come in asking for something. She can't get a big ass up to go get it. Always talking about give me a kiss when they coming in wanting a sandwich. All they want is some food, but all she gives them is a kiss. A kiss not gonna put no food in their belly, you rat ass bitch. But that's a discussion for another motherfucking day. What time is it? Okay, we only got like 20 minutes, y'all. We're gonna get it. I'm gonna put the link in. Anybody want to come out? But listen, there's no reason to be scared of no scary asshole who hundreds of miles away. But even if I was around the corner from this bitch, I wouldn't be scared of. That bitch wouldn't come out her house around me, fucking around with me. Everybody in the neighborhood be asking her, oh, you the one fucking with Miss Bomb? You the one fucking with Miss Bomb? I wouldn't have to say not two words to this dyke bitch. Now let me come put the link in. Let me see where you at. Where I gotta find the chat. Man, I'm so excited about this thing, y'all. Cause I'm waiting for the lives, but y'all think he gonna show up? That's what we're gonna see if he gonna show up. And I know they in the clouds. All they had to do was pop in this motherfucker chat. Y'all saw the last time that nigga came over here. Nigga think he pulling out his muscles. That nigga came over here talk about playing his content. I ain't got to ask no nigga to play his content. But see, I was nice, right? Because look, it was almost the end of the shit anyway. We was already like damn near 10 hours. And I started to share, right? Giving him no credit for his him interviewing, right? But I ain't had to take not a motherfucker shit down. That nigga would have made a claim and I would have won. But I said, okay, like he came over. I even went over there and saw who told him. They was over there like, Bomb over there playing your screen. And then that nigga asked for money. And you know what got me is when motherfucker was offering to get his nigga money. Y'all can get that nigga money, but don't get that nigga money so I can play his stream. Fuck that motherfucking nigga. Them niggas be over there playing my shit. And if they see, the thing is, the difference between me and them is I got a claim if I want on them. The shit that they went and grabbed from my other area, right? All I had to do is prove a couple of things and say, this is material that don't belong here and it belongs to me and only me. Them motherfuckers around here playing people's shit, right? Y'all see it all the time. They got people's shit up and then got the fucking nerve to come crying. And so now that nigga, that's that second time that nigga that came over here bossing up. My ball's bigger than yours, bitch ass motherfucking nigga. You fucking with a bitch who been fucking niggas on YouTube since she's been like 37, nigga. That bitch is look, even in the area in which she used to live in, she was known as that bitch who shared with everybody. She was a giving bitch. She was what they call a giving bitch. She was very giving of her pussy to this nigga and that nigga and this nigga. The homies know this bitch. She moved to another state to get a fresh start. that bitch was giving. She was very giving, okay? And you could tell when you see that pussy pic. You could tell she done gave it to little dick niggas, big dick niggas, niggas with fists, niggas who want to put their feet in it. She was giving it to everybody, nigga. You should be ashamed of yourself, hoe ass nigga. Okay? I guess she's a giving bitch and you's a forgiving nigga, right? She's a giving bitch and you's a forgiving nigga. Both of y'all just giving. You ain't giving a damn and she just giving up pussy to anybody. You should be ashamed. you really should be ashamed of your motherfucking self. What time we got? Okay, we only got giving everybody rides and shit. Do you want to ride? Come ride the black pony. That bitch had a sign on her back say free rides for everybody. Okay. All they had to do was walk up to her. Remember when she was dating one dude on here and come and show us a video of her dancing with a whole nother nigga? That nigga barely wanted to touch her. Showing us a video of her at a house party. Talking about, play this bomb. I can show y'all that shit. She sent that shit to me. So I can share it. Okay. Oh, they got married? Oh, hell. Just the other day I heard where they said they was going to get married. So from the other day to the day they married now? That nigga married a whole hoe for real. Y'all can't tell me these niggas don't like hoes. Okay? Y'all cannot tell me these niggas don't like hoes. You ain't doing no research, nigga? Isn't he younger than her? Based on the little information I got today, he's younger than her. Oh, he's like a baby. I bet you, look, they situation in reverse. He needed a place to live, a new start. So he gonna move with the whore while she giving herself a new start. She'd have moved to a whole nother place. She found the place that she thought would be easier for. It's called Little Rock, right? Little. She figured she got that wide open pussy. She could bring it to a place called Little and get a brand new start. She moved from some place called like New York, right? To Little. New York to Little Rock. What would make anybody move to Little Rock, y'all? She was looking for a fresh new start. Yeah, that nigga something like 34, 35 years old, and his bitch is like 43, 44 years old. And that nigga right there, baby, he gonna be, and I don't mean to put this out there, but I mean, let's keep it 100 though. You know what I'm saying? He gonna be Flora. That nigga is Flora, okay? He's Jay Prince relationship in reverse. That nigga gonna be all in that. She gonna beat that nigga ass. And that nigga gonna be like, I can't take it. Baby, we gonna see it live and in person. It's gonna be live and in person. She gonna whip his ass, baby. Mm-hmm. She talking about, hey, baby, hey, darling. Look, she doing all that shit going out the window. As soon as that nigga move in with her, and the rent is due, and he got to go get a job. You know what I mean? And then now imagine them being a married couple, and she giving out hundreds of dollars to some strange nigga. He giving out little money to people instead of them paying their bills and shit. Them niggas gonna be on this shit faking like they got shit they don't got, and then he gonna end up getting his ass beat by her. Okay. And then that nigga gonna be running back to his mom. Okay. And talk about, hey, baby, how you doing, darling? Oh, these goddamn YouTube relationships, baby. That nigga need to do a pussy test on that bitch, right? What he need to do is swap her pussy and see how many different DNAs was in it. Number one, right? And I'm not talking about all around. I'm talking about just here on YouTube. How many niggas got your woman's pussy? Okay. I could send you a very nasty video of her right now. It's nasty. It's not sexy. Like, it's really like she done almost put a whole fist in her ass, y'all. Okay. Talk about, hey, daddy. Let me see that diggity dick. That bitch is not. Oh man. Just look, just with some YouTube niggas who ain't giving no money. And I ain't saying it's all about money, but bitch, she was running through them so fast, that would have been a requirement. It would have kept you at least decent, ho. Tell a nigga he got some, if he got money. Everybody want to see everybody naked. All these niggas want to see every woman naked. Every woman can vouch for this. If you ever had a conversation with any one of these men, they want to see you naked, right? We all know this. This is not new. And a bitch like her was just doing it. She was just doing it, right? And they were talking about it in the back. All of them. Cause she act like she big and bad, like she'll whip their ass on a panel, but then she all got her legs gaped open with that raggedy looking wide open pussy for them in private. And yes, they was talking about you, girl. They was talking about you. Soon as Auntie got drunk, girl, he just put all your shit up there. That nigga started scrolling. Girl, they don't have no respect for you, girl. Okay. Hey, I am said, damn, why do I have to be a motherfucker? What you talking about? I am? What you talking about? I am talking about. Did I say anything about did I say I am did I use the word I am that got him confused or something? What the hell is I am talking? Wait, maybe when I mentioned something about paying them niggas some money. Dude, come on now. I know you're joking though. I know you're joking, but how you know I ain't call you no motherfucker, nigga? I am as funny as hell. Y'all gotta take when I say personally on y'all, when y'all know that I'm not talking about y'all, right? I just said the pay, and I don't think I said anybody over here was a motherfucker. I was like, I don't know what I said, but I know I ain't said nothing about people over here. Okay, I don't attack y'all. Okay, now I do not attack y'all, and I don't know what you talking about. I am okay. Hush your ass up. And how is that? How is my nephew? Okay, because I know it's football season. I hope everything good with him. And did you see that young man who got pulled over by the cops? I think he played for some Dolphins, right? It was in Miami, so I'm assuming Miami have a team called Miami Dolphins or some shit like that, maybe. I put that together. I'm not sure if that's true though. Okay. But anyway, that was fucked up. That young man was like, okay, you caught me speeding. He said, why you ain't got on your seatbelt? He acted while he was hitting on his thing. I know you took it as a joke, babe. I know. You know we've been knowing each other for years. Did you see I got my other channel back? I am. Hey. Okay, what time is it? Okay, we got 5 minutes. Did you see that I got the other channel back? The Cajun and Creole, baby. I got it back. I got it back. I got it back. Hey. I am so excited that I got the channel back, y'all. Not really for the live streams. It's really for my cooking videos because I put time in those videos and then I didn't save them. The couple that I have on this channel on that home with my other channel. Forget the name of it. Bomb Cherry Lot? No. What's the name of the channel? What's my other channel name? House of Bomb. Yeah, House of Bomb. Okay. The only reason House of Bomb. So those cooking channels that videos that I was able to find and save. I wasn't able to find like so many of them. I was so mad because I made French bread from scratch. Y'all know how long that shit took? And by the way, making that shrimp po' boy, you know how expensive that shit was? We don't be making that shit that often. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hey, I am. How you doing? You here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's going on?
No much. No, you know what you should do though?
What?
On days when you're not coming on, you need to restream some of them shows. Just let that shit play.
That is a good idea. Cause some of
Yeah.
them shits was funny, but we used to have so much fun.
Hey, is that one when you did about Kevin Samuel on there when you were showing him in his Chelsea boots and his ripped up jeans and shit? Remember?
Yes.
Yep.
I got them all, baby.
He asked before he had the suits on.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Cause I've been sick. I don't know if I got the flu or COVID because I didn't get tested. I should have took that test because we do have a COVID test in the house. But man, my grandson got all of us sick except hubby. And I think I'm not sure about my oldest son because I don't rarely see him. But we were sick. Leaky was sick. I was sick. His dad was sick. His mom was sick. His sister was sick.
Damn, everybody's that's that school sick. You know them kids all the goddamn germs.
Yes. He done went around some kids and then he come by me and I kissed him and not thinking, because I should have made him wash his hands and shit before I grabbed his ass up, which wouldn't have mattered because I still could have got it. But and then it was his first week of school and he came back bringing me sickness. He's
legally bringing on them baby kid germs.
Hey, hi son. Yeah, man.
Baby kids.
And at first I thought I was doing better, but shit, I woke up the other day. I was so tired. I could barely move. I feel weak as hell. Sitting here talking, I sound good, but I'm congested. Like if I cough, you'll hear it, all the phlegm. But if I get my ass up, I felt dizzy, like I was going to the bathroom. I feel, oh shit, about to pass out. So yeah, I'm sick. And these days you don't know if it's COVID or the flu.
Right, they're both similar.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but definitely, though, you should, put up some of them strings. Just let that shit play. You ain't even gotta be on to say nothing. Just let that shit run. Let that beautiful being footage run.
Yeah. Remember the time when Pissy Jack, we was doing Freaking Friday.
Oh yeah. Him and what's called it fucked it up. Him and what's that nigga with the curtains? That be over
yeah,
there by Reg?
red, something red. What was his name?
Seeing red or red seeing some shit like
Yeah,
that.
Seeing Red. AJ Seeing Red. He
Yeah.
fucked it up. Yes. We used
Went
to
over
have
there
us some good
lying,
time. Yeah.
lying on what's that lady name?
Um, what was her name? Doctor, Doctor. Yeah, Doctor. And then she changed it to something else, Doctor
Yeah,
something
that's
else.
a doctor. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I'm seeing on the panel now. I shared a little bit of it when I was showing that Pissy Jack, because even he went to start telling people lies about the conversation, and you know, and claiming that.
Oh yeah, he was saying, yeah,
Yeah.
that y'all was paying him to piss on him, or that
Yeah.
y'all
That.
was paying him to piss on him.
Yeah. He was.
And
He
then he
was claiming.
asked y'all to piss on him or some shit like that.
Yes, he offered $100 for them women to piss on him, but he had went somewhere and was making up stories, and I was like, because remember I started calling Pissy Jack, and then I told him why. They asked me why, and I told him why, and he said she's lying. And then, and then I had it. Remember, I had everybody over there um by what his name? The goat. What his name? The one
By
everybody called the goat.
Taz?
Taz. Yeah,
By Taz?
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was claiming that I was lying, and I was like, nah. And I put the link in and told him where to go, and that nigga
Mm-hmm.
was embarrassed ever since. Yeah,
All
man.
right, that shit was funny.
That shit was. He asked
Those were the good
women.
old days.
We used to have so much fun. Oh man! And now I'm on this bitch fighting a bitch with a wide open pussy, and and she got more on her pussy than she got on her mind.
Oh, and you know we didn't. I was wondering what you was drawing. We didn't get a chance to see your goddamn art. That shit didn't show up. Or at least I didn't see it on my
Oh,
phone.
y'all couldn't see it. Oh damn. Okay.
Nah. But
But
as you mentioned it, so how you feel about him when? Like I'm kind of conflicted. So how you feel about him winning his kids?
well, he wasn't gonna lose them, so he
Well,
didn't do nothing to lose the kids.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I believe her, but I mean, like some of that shit she said, I was like, it had me thinking, like, damn, did he really do this shit? You know what I'm saying? But then it's like for them to give him his kids back, she was lying too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, but he never got his kid taken from him.
No, I'm saying the mama coming on the show saying that because they were trying to she was trying to insinuate that he was touching those kids. That's what I was like, man. I hope that shit ain't
Oh,
true.
that's yeah, but that's them over there making up lies. Yeah, that's that. He
Well, no,
the only
she
thing.
said that.
Yeah,
I don't
that's what I'm
know if she was
saying.
coerced. Oh, yeah, I don't know if she was coerced or what, but or just trying to throw some shit out there to get her kids back. You know, she never gonna get them because she was beating them kids. But I was like, man, this dude can't be. I know he ain't no man.
She
I mean,
beat
I
them
can
kids.
believe a lot of shit about him, huh?
Yeah, she beat him, but it was sexual assault on them kids too
Yeah, that's what I'm
with her.
saying. They was claiming that he was the one over there doing it. And I was like, now I know, you can say he whooped his kids or he yelled at them or something, but I'm like, come on, don't put that on that man. But that was some cold shit. But I'm glad he got his kids though. Honestly, I'd rather see somebody have all of them than all those kids be separated. You know what I'm saying? That'll be the bad side of the shit to me. Then they'll probably never see each other again.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that young lady was used by a group of people who claimed that they could help her with them kids. She lost them kids. She lost he got full custody of them kids.
Yeah,
and she's a felon. She can't, and of sexual assault with them kids. She ain't never getting them kids back. She can't even be around kids. Remember, she can't even be around her own kids to go to the bathroom with them. Remember?
Yeah, I don't know. The way she was talking like, and she was saying that she had joint custody, but then it was scheduled visitation, and then she was getting them for a while, and then he was keeping them from her and some shit. And I was just like, I don't know. But you got to hear both sides of the story or whatever. But I knew something was off, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but her story alone is when they asked her about her felonies and what she got in trouble for, and then that's when she started talking about the law and how she's changed, and then but she didn't tell them. So she ain't never getting them kids back. Them kids got to be 18 before she can even really go around them without supervision.
Yeah, so I was like, why you fighting? Well, niggas, I don't know.
She can't fight. And I mean, remember, she wouldn't even take, remember when we was breaking it down, she said something about her needing medicine. They told her she need to take medicine. She said she wasn't going to take the medicine. Remember? And we broke it down and said, well, that's why she ain't going to never get them kids. And then what happened to her, she got the medicine after the fact to abuse the medicine. That's the only way, the reason you would get it after the fact when you say you're not even going to take it. Right?
Right.
You grab it so you can abuse it or sell it. And then so she claimed she didn't take the medicine, but then she tried to tell us that the medicine is what had her doing the things she was doing.
Right.
She admits how bad it was. So she can't even take her own kids to the bathroom. She have to have a supervised visitation. She can't take them out of nobody's sight. And that's out of her own mouth. And then they over there talking about, yeah, we're going to help you get them back. They can't help her get them back. Yeah. She ain't getting no help getting them back.
Well, JP do what only JP
get her
can
pussy
do.
tight, because I don't know. That's what she need help. Now let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you be honest, because did you see the picture I'm talking about? That Auntie shared?
No, I never seen it. Never.
Oh, okay.
I heard people talking about it, but I never seen it. I mean, I did thought that was some bitch assness though. What he did though.
I mean, yeah, bitch
assness.
assness.
Hey.
Yeah.
But I did say though that she was wrong when she tried to show your news when she was taking up her auntie and the man that was at a female abuse shelter babysitting the kids and shit of abused women, So, when she was making those fake documents and they was up there trying to show your news or show your body.
Yeah, show my body because she
Yeah. So, and then for her shit to come out that she got her pussy pictures around here.
It was just a gaping hole. That's all it was. It was terrible. It was bad.
Well, somebody like it. Somebody digging in it.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald.
Come on, what my computer doing?
Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly
that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi," exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating.
He's referring to black people right now. He's saying that black people from Haitian in Springfield are stealing people, dogs and cats, and eating them, y'all. He's attacking black right now.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down, all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of.
Dude just lies so much, girl. It's just too much. Even when he get corrected, then he say stupid shit. Oh, they took out the cities with the highest crime.
Jesus Christ.
This is crazy, girl. This is crazy. You want to say something before I press play? Because we're going to talk about it. I think they're going to take a break and then we're going to sit down. But you want to say something?
Girl, it's driving me crazy.
I know, girl.
It's driving me crazy. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, God. Okay. Go ahead, Donald. Keep lying.
Yeah, crime is down, y'all. They scare us into thinking that crime is way up. They make it seem like, they doing this all over the place. Even in my area, girl, I was at a doctor's appointment and some white people sitting on the side of me talking about how these black migrants. See, they think we're migrants too, right? But they were talking about black migrants had taken over an apartment building, like that in that movie. Remember when they took over a whole project and was selling their dope? What's the name of that book? Not Boys in the Hood. What's the name of that movie? When he say, "I'm my brother's keeper." What's the name of that movie? Anyway, we'll get back to it later. That's
818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
we do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days, and I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what Aries Queen is talking about. Y'all got to stop looking at certain news channels and taking these people's word for it.
I was trying to figure that out too.
Yeah, because the woman that Aries speaking about is a woman who was running, right? And now she's training Donald Trump. And so if she's the one who's helping Donald Trump train for this, of course, when she hit the news, she's going to claim, oh, she's going to be an actress, and she's going to be this, and she's going to be that. You know, like this woman did her job. If smoking marijuana was illegal all over this country, and therefore, if it was illegal, then it was against the law. And if she was in law enforcement, then yes, her job, right? She didn't go pick these people up, but her job was to process them and prosecute them. Yes, that was her job. And if that was your job, you would have done it too. And then years later, when it's no longer against the law, then people ask you, why did you do your job? You would be like, hey, I did my job because that was my job.
But didn't she create a program for the same people that she locked up too? She created a program to help those same people incorporate themselves back into regular society. You can look this shit up. You can look it up. Like,
that's right. And not only that, he also mentioned something about her giving money to get people out of jail. That was her. They had a program for black and brown people, poor people who couldn't afford to get post bail or bond, right? So they have these organizations who put this in place to help people get out, because see, white people with means, they can get out even if they committed murder, right? As long as they got the money to post the bail or the bond. Black people could be sitting in jail for months, years for a traffic fucking violation. Like, did you know that? Like, you could, they could say, okay, you got a $10,000 bond, a bill for something real simple. But if you ain't got $10,000, then your ass gonna sit in jail. And so they put something, they found that to be illegal and immoral and unfair for the poor. So they came up with these programs that help these people get out. That's what he was referring to when he said, yeah, they were burning down. That was the Black Lives Matter shit that was going on, and some of these people were sitting in jail and couldn't get out.
And it wasn't even Black Lives Matter that did those type of rallies. They blamed it on Black Lives Matter.
That's
but
right.
It wasn't them.
Because he keep mentioning when they were burning shit, but we all watched the videos and it come out and them people have been put in jail. There was police from one city going to another city, and while Black Lives Matter was marching and shit, them people would go and start burning shit and breaking shit. There's many videos here on YouTube where the black people filming these people doing it, and they ended up, I remember this one black guy following this guy who like he said, don't do that, and he threw the brick in the window, right? And then they followed him and said, you look like a police. Come to find out, he was a fucking police officer from a whole nother county. Under Trump, them white people were setting up, and look what they saying even about January 6th. Did you know they blaming black people? They saying Black Lives Matter, and what's that other group of people? The Antifa. They're claiming that that's who did that shit. And in case y'all don't know Antifa, if y'all don't know what Antifa is,
it's an idea.
Yes. and the idea is to be against the system, right? And these police officers who are illegal, who doing shit against our rights. But they mostly, right, stand, and if they're against the police, then they accuse them of being black or with black people. So even though they're using these terms, you got to understand, when them white people like Trump and these racist white people use the term Antifa, they're referring to our black ass. They're referring to us as black people, as black citizens. They think we got too many rights. They, you know what I mean? So we got to know this.
I agree.
Okay, you want to say something before I hit play?
Let her finish slaughtering him. I'm laughing.
Yeah, because I mean, he is the one, he's outright lying, and even the people who question him are correcting him. She's not lying, and if he would start answering questions, I'm quite sure she will start answering questions too, right? But she can just sit here and just call him a liar and point out the lie. This man said, how you abort a child after you done already had the child? How could we do that if the child was already born? And Trump said it. Trump said the doctors will abort the children even after they have them.
Execute them. Execute them. I said, wait a minute. That's against their moral code. They would go to jail for that. What are you talking about? Wow.
And it wouldn't be called abortion now, would it? It would be called murder. Because abortion, you can only abort something that's in you. You can't abort something that's been born. So Trump is a liar. He's stupid too, and this is ridiculous. Okay, here we go.
Power, which of course we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle.
Look, he done went all the way.
Minneapolis burned down. What are you talking about?
Look, he keep mentioning they burned down, right?
Who's they?
One. He's talking about us again. He's talking Antifa, Black Lives Matter.
I know that's what I'm like. Who was a they? Like, will you quit? Just say. Go ahead and just say black folk. Just say niggas.
But if he does that, then black people can play ignorant and act like he's not talking about us. But this man is racist, and he always talking about us, just in a different code, right? He want America to be great again. That's when we was enslaved.
This is a man that just said 5 minutes ago that the Haitian people. I said, remember, he called Haitian countries shitholes.
That's right. And remember, he didn't even just was talking about just Haiti, right? Because when he said that, he was talking about countries like that. He was like them shithole countries.
Venezuela. Why you keep talking about Venezuela? Have you been to Venezuela, sir?
Too many blacks or dark-skinned people from that part of the world.
Then he just said South Africa. I'm like, what is South Africa? What? What does South Africa got to do with anything? Answer the question, Trump. Answer the questions, please. But
Taylor said he's an old man. They all racist. Not all of them. Some of them have come to terms. You know, they live in the world, and once they start meeting blacks, but there are a lot of them. But we got to stop giving him an excuse. This man has been the president of the United States, so he has no excuse, and he's just lying. Okay, and somebody said everybody got rights. But he's trying to take away our rights, number one. He's trying to take away rights. He asked him, don't you want to suspend the Constitution? And he wouldn't even answer on that at all. But yes, y'all, in this country, it has always been, soon as somebody touched the land, they have rights. And you have rights when you go to other countries too. This is not something new and only to us. People have a right to dignity, to be considered human beings, no matter where they are from. If we go to another country, do you want them to treat you different because you're not from their area? No, you want to be treated with respect. You want the rights. You don't want nobody being able to run up to you and just beating you, killing you, enslaving you and stuff. Those are called rights, human rights.
It's a shame that you got to fight for him.
That is a shame.
It's a shame you got to fight for him. And why he mentioned Abbott? I was like, because she was shot by a black cop. Wasn't she? I said, wasn't she the one that was trying to break the glass and climb through where the House of Representatives, the delegates were? So he had no choice but to shoot her.
Yes, and he made it seem like it was a shame. And then he lied and said she's the only one who died. No, there was 6 people on the other side. I think there were 6 people who died. 5 of them that day. One of them committed suicide, I think.
A couple of cops, a lot of cops were injured and everything.
Right.
What?
So he's lying.
But y'all gonna still vote for him, y'all. Yeah, some of y'all niggas gonna still vote for him. But okay.
And he also said that that his court case was thrown out, but that is not true, right? He got found guilty. everything. He got found guilty except the ones that haven't gone to court yet.
Right.
And they about to throw that judge in. This man has committed crimes against us as the U.S. He should have been shot a long time ago, right? Because he shared top secret documents. But that judge in Florida, Cannon, has been protecting him. But now they about to kick her ass off of there.
Mm-hmm. I was like, they about to get her for treason. He should have been in jail for treason.
That's right. This man should have been for treason. Okay, and they have proof of it. In fact, what he's going to court for, that shit, they got him for something else, but they had so much documents and things to prove treason. But they went for, of course, what was easier to prove to a group of people.
Right.
Right. But that was the 2016 election that he interfered with. By the way, the Russians helped him. This time, I'm not sure if y'all know, but this time they caught it early enough and they told us Russians are helping him now. That's what happened last election, but they were scared to announce it because it was so close. And so they didn't announce it. Okay. But yeah, the Russians, they found out this man got money. This man is, this shit is crazy. Here we go, y'all.
He took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States.
President, you idiot.
Wake him up at 4 o'clock.
Huh?
I said she's the vice president, you idiot. She can't sign anything. She can only follow what Joe Biden does.
Right. And anything he signed in place only is good for up to so many days. And then Congress have to do their part. Okay. So he don't know what he's talking about.
But you was president, sir. And why you didn't do nothing about it? How about that?
Exactly.
You were president. Where's the wall that you're supposed to have built that never got built?
Never got built. And why didn't they pay for it? Mexico was supposed to pay for it. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
O'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, "We won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote." Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
you're talking.
Who is he talking about?
Who are you talking about? Because you not president anymore, sir. So how did they fire Biden?
Oh, so he's saying that Biden was fired when he's still the president right now? And then he said she didn't get no votes, but they was on a ticket together. In fact, to be honest, that might be why Biden won, because of her. You know, because there's a lot of people.
Knows that.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
So
anybody who has a brain knows.
Hell yeah. Look, they was adamant. Black people who vote was adamant about him. If he picked somebody black on the ticket, you know what I mean? And they could support him. But if Biden, I don't think if Biden wouldn't have picked her or a black person, there's no way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but this is crazy. So this dude is all in his imaginary world, because it sounds like he said Biden got fired, which is ridiculous because he's still the president right now. Here we go.
Time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever. I know Putin.
He talking about Russia right now. They not talking about Russia. Okay? That's why he going to Russia, because he don't know what's going on, like you said. He don't know. Somebody in the chat said she don't know foreign policies. I don't know why she wouldn't. This woman been sitting in Congress for years. This woman been sitting and they've been voting on policies. Why wouldn't she know? This woman is not new to government. How long has she been a senator? I don't even know. I have to look to see how long she's been a senator, but she does. Okay, but let's see what he knows, though. Let's see what he got to say, because he's Putin's best friend, even though Putin set him up, right? Putin put a recorder in a ball and gave him as a gift, and he put it right there in the Oval Office. He didn't even know he was being spied on by Putin.
I was like, what is the name he called? What was the name they called him? They called him the helpful idiot, something like that.
Yeah, the useful idiot, right? Is it the useful
idiot? They can't stand that man. But you know what? One thing Putin did say, he said, "I like Harris." He did. He said, "I like Harris." I was like, "Oh."
Remember when he went against our own government, where Putin was sitting on side of him, and they asked him to ask Putin something. And he wouldn't even ask him. He says, well, I believe he said he didn't do it. And then he, and I think the reporter said, well, our government, the CIA, FBI, have found that they did do this and did that and did this, and they, with the election
interference, election interference.
And he said, well, he assured me that he didn't do it. And that was it. And that's when he handed in that basketball, soccer ball. I think it was a basketball with all them instruments in it. And they wanted to check it, right? The CIA and the FBI wanted to check the gifts, and he told them no. He wouldn't even let them do their job, and then come to find out he's being recorded. I think he possibly know he was being recorded. You understand? Because he is their useful idiot. Here we go.
And there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years. Have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people.
You talking?
No, I was talking about husband. I'm sorry.
Okay, you got to meet yourself. Here we go.
It up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, She hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of.
Okay, Every said, y'all, y'all ain't been, apparently we've been paying attention. We know what is going on. There's no way that we can be paying attention and don't know what's going on. The thing is, though, we don't listen to Fox News. We don't hate anyone in particular to where we would just go and find anybody talking negative about them. Right? This man is on this stage and he hasn't given one truth at all about nothing. And you mentioned that she don't know the policies. Do he? Because that's a difference. Even if she don't know everything, which I'm quite sure she doesn't, right? Because there's a lot to be known. But she is the vice president, so I'm sure she knows. Like, it's ridiculous for you to say she don't know. She's been the vice president working side by side with not just the president, but the people dealing with this. That's who she's been for the last 3 years. Is this the 4th year, right? Yes. So how are we saying she don't know something? That gotta be like insane. If because I was talking about what she was before she became the vice president. But she's been the vice president, the second most powerful person in this country for 4 years. How is it that you say she don't know? At least she gave an answer. She's like, hey, now you do know this country though, with American people who's against her, and we are acting like we could tell other countries what the fuck to do. Like when we went over there and was fighting over there in at these different places, right? Because we were going to find more what they called it, mass destruction. Weapons of mass
weapons of mass destruction. Yeah,
right. You know, there was other countries telling us to stop. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. You think another country could tell us what the fuck to do?
Nope.
Hell no. And right now, though, we have a group of fucking Americans thinking that we so big and bad that we can tell other fucking countries what not to do on their own land.
Right.
The only thing we could do is try to get them into talks and try to help them. But one of them have been our ally for fucking decades.
Years. We have an embassy in their country. Are you serious?
That's right. And so people angry. They want us to put. So we're supposed to let go all our other shit because some shit is happening with them. Let them motherfuckers fight it out. We could try to help them, talk it out if they only allow us in. But are y'all saying that we need to go and start a war and put our kids' lives on the line to stop other motherfuckers from fighting? Because the American people said, no, we don't want to be in no wars. That's why we're not over there taking out Putin. Because, you know, we could have easily went in there and helped Ukraine fuck Russia up. We could have did that. Like we could have did that shit. Man, us and other countries could have went in, but the American people and the Europe people and many people say, well, nah, what we gonna do, we're gonna help them. We're not gonna get involved in their fight. And so we gave them weapons, right? So I don't know what, like, so to tell us, a few of us, that we don't know what we talking about when we've been looking. Trump got me really involved in politics because the motherfucker is crazy and dangerous.
I'm saying, she said, I'm saying we gave them billions. Israel is our ally. We're supposed to give them money. If they ask for it, they're our allies. They're the very people that's going to fight with us if something bad happens. Like,
Hell
Do you not
yeah.
understand? Do you not understand that? Do you know what ally is, right? You know what ally is, right?
Yeah,
Like, okay.
when shit go popping, we could go right to them, right? That they've been our allies. So are you telling us we supposed to let our? That's almost like me. You got a girl, your friend, your best friend. That's your friend. Y'all been rocking with each other. You've been protecting her. She's been protecting you. And then she get in the fight, and then you gonna not have her back.
I guess you're gonna walk away.
Right? You're not. So they lucky that we ain't get involved because those are our fucking allies.
Wait a minute, she wasn't talking about Israel. Then what? Who is she talking? She's literally said Ukraine. I said what? She was talking about Israel first. You know where Gaza is, right?
Oh, yeah. She was talking
No, I'm
about.
talking about Aries. I'm like,
No, I know what you mean. No, I know what you mean. No, I'm saying, yeah.
I'm like, right.
Now you
You
talking
know
about.
what?
Yeah, I'm confused. Okay, here
Whatever
we go.
wine you drinking, you need to set that bitch down.
we go press play, man.
Fast.
But
Anyway.
anyway, yeah, I bet you Harris knows the difference between all of them, right? Because she's literally been the vice president. This man tried to say that she never claimed to be black. You know, it's so crazy. Here we go.
Terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
If he could do it before becoming president, why don't he stop it? Like, you know, that's all you got to do is do it, and then he can say, look what I did. I talked to Putin. I talked to Putin, and because shit, they about to get their ass beat. I think if I'm correct, Ukraine has taken over some of Russia now. They're in their territory, whooping
They've
their
taken
ass.
a lot of their countries back. They've taken a lot of their countries back.
Yes. They're over there whipping
and now, since we have been spending money and aiding Ukraine, they've taken a lot of their countries back.
Right.
What was the name of the border country between them and Russia that they were fighting over? I forgot. They just overturned it. God damn it! I have to go back. I have to go back. But I know they pushed Russian forces out of that border country there.
Yeah, they in Russia right now. They're taken back there, and now they're in Russia, whipping their ass. That's right. They done took back their shit, and they were shocked. And you know what? Trump is probably the reason why Russia invaded, because they figured Trump wasn't gonna get involved and shit like that, which he wouldn't have. Right? He wouldn't have. And then he also knew that probably Trump wasn't going to help him, right? Which he wouldn't have. So yeah. Oh man, this is crazy. Here we go.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why So many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Man, you're not debating Biden. Why do you keep bringing Biden up? You're not debating Biden. You're debating Miss Harris, VP Harris. Please, can you tell us you don't have nothing on her? Just say that. Just I'm like, she whooping your ass. You don't like it. So you sit there trying to play. You think you can bully her, but you can't bully the bully because he's a prosecutor.
Exactly. So the last debate he did with Joe Biden, he did the same shit. But people looked at Joe and they were saying that he looked old. Both of them motherfuckers is old, right?
Old as hell.
Trump, Biden was answering questions and Trump wasn't. And it was ridiculous how people was making it seem like Trump won, but that's what the other side kept putting out there. And then the one side was like, well, yeah, he looked old. I'm like, what you mean? Yes, both of them are old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are old, but one was telling nothing but lies, and one was at least answering questions. So, okay, we didn't switch it up, and now he looked the same as he did with Biden, right? He's saying the same lying ass shit, but it's just not going over because now he's the old one, right? This is crazy as hell, man.
It's too funny to watch. It's too
I'm
funny to
shocked
watch.
he showed up. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I thought he was gonna act like he was sick, or he was pulling out. They was claiming that she wanted to change too many rules. But I'm so glad he showed up, man. He taking his ass whipping real good, baby. Okay. And she's hitting on points. Let me see, I won't go too far. But there's no way. But people on the other side is still looking at her, wanting her to give answers, but he ain't giving no answers. He ain't answering nothing. And he's lying. Okay. So I recommend that as a matter of fact, I've been saying before she even came in, I was like, she ain't gotta give no policy. This man is not giving no policy. We don't know nothing except that with that plan, that 2024, 2025 shit that's out there that he claiming isn't his, what it is his. If it wasn't for that being out there, we wouldn't know what they trying to do. But we do know what he did last time. And he gave, now see, I know what the confusion is with black people, right? Black people rob on a large scale in this sector, right? They got a lot of black people. I was wondering what they kept saying. Oh, I had lots of money. I had lots of money with Trump. So I thought they was talking about the little stimulus check. But the other day I saw a video and I remember motherfuckers got PPP loan.
A lot of people did, yeah.
And a lot of them are now going to jail too.
Because they were stealing their money. Yeah.
Stealing money. They were PPP loan rich and now they about to go to jail. I could show a video where it's a shitload of them, the little people. Now I know, because I'm wondering, where you got, what money you talking about? Yeah, I got lots of money. Oh, nigga, that's okay. The government come and get that money back. And you ain't gonna, the government come and get that money back, baby. You better have your records in place. Motherfuckers had, when they got their bodies done, they done went, look, they bought cars. I seen a motherfucker, she bought a Tesla, right? That a woman bought a house, a few homes, $5 million. They was making up company names and getting that money. They had people who was filling out the paperwork form and taking a percentage, and motherfuckers was lining up for that shit. I had to make sure none of my kids did that shit because I didn't know this shit. Look, I applied for a PP loan, y'all, and I was declined. And I do have a business. I found they said a whole shitload of black people would decline. That's why a whole lot of black businesses went out of business. I think them people knew which the businesses were and the not real businesses were, and because they had a lot of people who didn't get it, who needed it, and then they had a whole lot of motherfuckers just lying, claiming they need $20,000. Like, look, even when I was trying to get money, I was just trying to get like $5,000. These motherfuckers was getting millions. How you gonna be a one person cutting grass, because that was valid, right? Let's say you cut grass, you landscape for a living, you were just a guy walk down the street cutting people on. You could have got a PP loan. And if you would have got one for a reasonable amount of money that you made that year, let's say you said you made $50K a year, you got the $50K, cool. Nah, motherfuckers went into the millions. How you gonna show that you was a landscaper making $1 million a year?
A lot of escorts and corporations was getting that money, stealing that money when it was for small businesses. Yeah, that shit was wild. I know one of my clients, he's about to serve jail time now because he got well over 100,000.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, why would you even do that though?
Yeah, man. Because you got 100,000. Okay, cool. You now you got to do that paperwork to back that shit up, or you got to pay that shit back. Man, they're gonna be a lot of people fucked up for many years. They got some people going to jail for life, and they like in their early 20s because of what they did. They going after the big ones first, and then they coming after them small ones.
Yeah, and they getting the people in prison too. Prisoners was getting that money.
Yes. Yes. You see my title. I was gonna talk about that and something else. It was a few things because these young people are stupid, girl. they think they found something new. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. They think they found something new though, where they write a check, put it in their account, then go to the ATM and grab the money out. Yes, that's all, girl. They was claiming it was a glitch. They was showing themselves on TikTok doing it, and I was like, wait a minute, what? They don't know that many people with bad credit, they think people got bad credit just because bad credit. Check kiting was a big thing. Lots of people went to jail. Lots of people are still on in trouble for check kiting, but they thought it was a glitch. So they don't know what they did was they wrote a bad check. And they went and got that money. And then the bank is not going to be like that was a glitch and so you get to keep it. No, the bank going to say, no, you wrote a check. And then you came money and you knew your check was no good.
Yeah, they got to reclaim that money.
Well, yeah, girl, it's a lot of shit. These young people, I'm thinking, where is their parents? Like I'm thinking I got to go talk to my kids, but we taught them here, you don't get nothing for free. So you know what I mean? You got to be very careful. Yeah, that's how I told him. Like, if it's too good to be true, then the motherfucker is not true. Okay? Shit, you be to ruined your whole life. And just because they did it, don't mean that it's still doable. You might be able to get away with it for a moment, But then when you see them go to jail, just know you're going to jail next. Okay? These people not playing. Shit. Oh man, that's why they claiming Trump gave me a lot of money. Well, Trump about to have your ass in jail. Here we go, y'all.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Look, he can't even say yes. He don't understand policies. His answer is irresponsible, and it shows how ignorant he is. Because that's why everybody understood that Ukraine, they need to get out of Ukraine, and they cannot win Ukraine. That means Ukraine have to win. Right? And by Ukraine winning meant get out of their country. Don't fight them, get out of their country. Okay? And otherwise he was gonna take over their area, and then he's inching closer and closer to other areas. Okay? And Trump don't know that though, because Trump's scared to go against Putin. He's scared to say anything negative against Putin.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to.
Oh, and by the way, yes, this election is so fucking serious that if we find out, like if we lose, if we lose, that means we all lose. Y'all, this man can't answer one question straight up. And for him to be president, why can't he answer one question? And people will say, oh, he's just a president. They all full of shit. No, they're not all on the same page Because if they was, then they both would be doing the same thing. Black people they really do need to start paying a fucking attention. Because I'm telling you, it could be a lot worse than where we are. We are in a bad predicament. Yes, some people feel like, oh, it's not so bad. Yeah, until you get pulled by a cop, right? Until they pull one of our kids out and shoot him for no reason. Until, like that woman just a few days ago, where they walked in that black woman's house and that cop told her, I am in control of your house right now. He had no right to be there. See, when they look at us, they don't give no fucks because they already know they can shoot us. They don't care about the ramifications because they can figure, well, I'll come up with a lie. They'll protect me through this lie, right? They pulling over famous football players in nice cars. They're not giving no shits. The only reason that they didn't get shot, shit, probably because other cops came. They tried to figure out, you could tell they brought some big guns there, right? Probably the head of the Dolphin team or something like that. Because he ended up making them shake hands with them police officers and shit. That black man was thrown on the ground. Anyway, this is crazy, man. And this man right here, you don't remember when he gave the police the permission to do what he want with us. And he wasn't just talking about no goddamn. In fact, he wasn't talking about Mexicans at all. He was talking about Black Lives Matter people. He was talking about black people. He said, you know how when you put them in the car and you protect their head? He said, nah, you ain't got to do that. Just throw them in there. And that's when all them police started shooting black people. Yeah.
Stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now, But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country. And they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn
we
back to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond. The former president has said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive.
That's funny.
Concepts and options we have to do that, and you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it, pass this prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans.
Say something?
No, you see how he tried to like out-talk her? Like she said president, she tried to shut him up like, hey, we gotta talk about. He's like, then he gonna sit and say he pretty much like intensified his voice like, shut up. Oh, God.
Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been Vice President. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
That's crazy. He made the accusation.
We're going to end up in a third world war.
Okay. And that's the kind of...
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
He said, march yourself down to the White House and y'all do good. She hasn't done nothing. She's not the president. She can't do nothing.
But even that, he knows that even though, remember, because there's a lot of things he didn't do, but he tried to do because it's not about what the president can do, right? Congress, there's Congress. So stop. If what they were supposed to do at the border, he got 4 or 5 of them together and got them to stop because it's such a close, that all it takes is a few more of them, a few of them to put a whole stop to everything. That's so if we first of all, we got to vote for president and we got to vote locally. And I know here in Dallas, it was local voting here today, right, babe? So if she can win the president, but if they win the House and the Senate, nothing gonna be able to get done. That's why it's important that people vote locally and make sure that your party have those seats. Other than that, he sure did confess to making an agreement with the Taliban. Oh my God, he like opened it tonight. Said he went directly to them. Oh my!
This who you want to be your president, y'all? Okay.
Oh my God! That's why everything he didn't go and get approval through the people in control, the people there, the people running things. He went to the criminals and made a deal with them, and he admitted it. Oh my God! And you see what he wouldn't even go against Putin at all. He made it seem like he's friends with Putin. Wow. I think people don't understand the significance of these things, but there are people who've been against America, like for the destruction of America. American people and all, if they could, they would kill us all and take the land and make their empire larger. See? And Trump, he only cares about the power that he sees people have in their area. And he want that power. That's why he want to suspend the Constitution so he could do whatever he wants. He really made Trump gave stuff to the Taliban. Yes, he did. It was crazy. And then when I found out, because I think she said he let them come over in the U.S., the fucking Taliban who was killing our people and people, he invited them over and walked them around. Oh my God. Probably liked them, like, ooh, let me see your big gun. Ooh, really? You were shooting us at that from that far of an advantage? Ooh, yeah, really? Okay. Yeah, we'll make a deal. And wow. You want to say anything? This is too much.
My brain is like fried from this. Like, and then you got people that's trying to defend it, make fun of it, not taking it serious, talking about explain her policies and shit. I'm just like, but where has one time? I mean, the young lady blatantly asked, "Well, okay." Vice President asked, "Well, what is your policy? What are you going to do for it? What's your plan?" Yeah. See about that. But you want this lady to explain her policies, but he can't even give you a plan on he can't even give you a healthcare plan to replace Obamacare. But you keep asking, she need to explain her policies. What about her policies? Okay, go to her website and read her policies if you want to know about her policies. Then she does touch on the policies that she's going to push, as far as $25,000 for first time home buyers. $6,000 for a woman who's had a baby so she can have child care and the necessities they need besides WIC. $50,000 for the businesses. Like, what else do you want her to explain? But if you ask Trump, okay, so what are you going to do for the American people?
He gave nothing, did he?
No.
He just said he going to put tariffs on, which, by the way, a tariff means the cost of the product goes up. But then did you hear what he slipped up and said at the end? When he mentioned that car makers are in Mexico, he said he gonna put tariff on it so they wouldn't come in this country. Because see what happens if he put a tariff on it, then the cost of the car gonna be so expensive that we won't buy it.
You won't be able to buy the product, yeah.
Yes, so because I'm a business owner, right? If I sell you something, I'm selling you the item based on the cost that it costs me to make it, plus, right? So I can get a percentage to make money. So that means so if we put a tariff on these people, that means they're gonna add that to the cost, to their cost. That means it goes up in price. That's basic economics. Like, and so that's 101. So he's wanting the tariff to go higher than he already put on them. Which, if we don't notice, the cost of things went up significantly, especially homes, right? So if things like steel and shit like that went up, then that includes nails and different things to build a home and build corporations and bridges and shit like that. Like, it's ridiculous.
It was like this debate was like night and day. When she starts talking, I think people start paying attention to what she said. And when he started babbling, everybody was just like, I'm gonna play this card game, casino games. I'm gonna go cook my meal. Like, as soon as he started, I just want to answer this. I'm like, you don't have to. It's not a dick measuring contest, and you're not fighting with Joe Biden. Why you keep talking about Joe Biden? Joe Biden is not the one you're running against. Okay, you need to talk about Vice President Harris, sir.
Taylor say y'all gonna buy houses. Millions of people buy homes every year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad market right now. It's really
very
bad.
bad.
Yeah,
You
it's so
shouldn't buy a
bad right
home right now. You should not.
It's
You
so
should not.
bad. You'll be upside down on it. It's that bad, right? But yeah, that's the American dream, is to buy something that'll be yours instead of paying somebody every month double or triple, right? What you would be paying if it was yours. So a mortgage on a $500,000 home might run you 1,500, 2,000, but when you renting that home, you paying 5,000 a month. So there's a big difference. It's beneficial to buy, but the market is really bad. Okay, so and they give them and then there's always been these programs to first time home buyers and things like that. So lots of people, millions of people buy homes. Yeah. So yeah,
I'm like, I hope she does. I'm like, because that would be beneficial to younger people who do want to buy homes and invest in younger families, younger couples who want to, purchase homes for their children. That'd be beneficial to everybody, even older people who've never owned a home and live in an apartment. That
it's better to buy a home.
I'm like
Yes.
$25,000 just to help you with the down payment. Oh, okay. I'll
Not
tell
only
you.
that, yeah, people with credit, right? So once you buy a home, you automatically start getting credit cards. They got people who, they only got as soon as you bought the home, they now have the credit where they could go buy the car. They can buy the things to go in the home, like automatically, like that quick. Because they realize you got an asset, right? And you got something you can lose, you got something that they could take from you down the line if they need to. Yeah. It's really beneficial to buy a home, but yeah. Now, when I was younger, there's a lot of I used to hear older people, not my family members, but like I was online, and I used to hear the discussion about buying homes, and like I realized I was talking to dummies then who didn't know any better, but they were saying, "Oh yeah, why would I buy a home when I could rent?" And I was like, and they would sell it because they could say that if something happened to the roof, the landlord come fix it. If something go wrong, the landlord come get it, right? And it makes sense, right? It makes sense when you think of it that way. Until I realized, like, wait a minute, me and hubby was renting this place, and if it was ours, we would have only been paying $300 a month, and here we are paying, $800 a month. So, yeah, like, so just think about it. Instead of paying 800, you pay the 300, and you put 150, 200 in the bank and save that over time. So if something go wrong in the house, but now I'm not sure if it's always been this way because I just learned this maybe like 10 years ago. But you could get insurance on everything, y'all. You could get insurance on your roof. You could get insurance on your refrigerator, on your dishwasher, on your washing machine and dryer. I had insurance on my TV. So if something go wrong, all I had to do is pay a copay to get a brand new one.
Yeah, they all have warranties. Most of that stuff always have warranties.
I'm not even talking about warranties. I'm talking about I'm not talking about warranty. I'm talking about you could insure your shit. So through our cable company, which was Verizon, we had a big screen TV, right? It was I think it was just like a 50-inch, but it was that older one. Remember that older model that it was light, but it was big.
Yeah.
We ended up having a leak in our house, and the wood on the TV got messed up. Eventually, the TV went out, and because I was paying, I think we was only paying like $15 a month extra to insure every electronic in our house. Y'all, if y'all don't believe it, call Xfinity or whomever you got your cable with. Find out if they got insurance. You will pay an additional small amount a month for every electronic in your house. And then our TV went out. So I called them. They have somebody come and check it out. And if they can't fix it, then they replaced it. We got an 80-inch flat TV for that 50-inch TV because, first of all, they couldn't repair it because they didn't make it anymore. And then they had to give us something. They couldn't give us anything smaller, and they could only give us something bigger, either the same size or bigger. And because of that style of TV, and it only cost us $75. That TV, I can show you that TV right now. That TV cost us $75. The copay on it was $75. For at the time, that TV was $5,000. That's no lie. And if you don't believe me, call them. And if you could go through them, or you could call the insurance company. If you got renter's insurance, or if you don't, insure your shit. It's cheap as hell. Renter's insurance is cheap.
Yeah, I know about the renter's insurance. Yeah.
So renter's insurance is the same thing. If your TV go broke, they insure it. They fix it for the copay.
Oh, okay.
But this was through our cable company at the time, and they insure they insure TVs, your phones, not your home phones. They didn't insure our cell phones back then. It was the TVs, the phones, and the router, and the computers, all the computers, and all. I think I was just paying like $20 a month for all those things, and all we had to do is prove that it was in our house. But they know it, like they know TVs that's on the on your network and all that, and so all of that $20 a month, all those things was insured.
I might have to look into that.
Hell yeah, girl, it's cheap as hell. They replaced. I also got a new computer through them, and it cost us $75 for the computer. They came out and fixed the hard drive on it, and then it still wasn't working, and so then they just sent me a new one through the HP. I got both of them. They still in this house. I have both of them. Okay. Yes.
Well, as far as the presidential debate, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think VP Harris was able to sway some of the independent voters or the young voters? Do you think, or was she still she's still not likable by some of the voters? What do you think?
Well, I think she got most of the people already. The ones who could be swayed. Trump gonna have his people who believe anything and everything he says. Because like I saw an interview with I called the dude with the blue hair, what's his name, Destiny?
Destiny.
And a Trump supporter that he did last week. Oh my God, girl.
Oh, I know he has a hard time. They be driving that man crazy. I like Destiny.
Yeah, this one was so bad. Like it's my first time seeing him with one of them. It was so bad that he didn't know anything about anything Trump was going through court and stuff. He just didn't believe it. And then when Destiny said, well, I can show you proof, then he didn't want to see the proof because he says that the proof could be fake. And so it's like they don't, he didn't even know what was going on. They just believe Trump, like anything Trump says. You know what I mean? And so you can't argue with people like that because he says, well, I don't believe it because even if you show it, it could be fake. And we're like, dude, you can even hear him say it. Oh yeah. It's so there's nothing you can do with those people. It's just sad when I see black people on that same bull, right? It's for some reason they listening to that group of people who don't make no sense. And I think it's almost like, you know how you could be a little jealous, like a little jealous of Beyonce and Kelly Rowland, and you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's what happening with the black community when it comes to black people reaching certain statuses. There's a group of us who will be against them. Like first they'll call her, oh, she thinks she white, and then when she says, well, I'm mixed black and this, oh, nah, she ain't black. It's that's how quick I watch some of these people switch on her. They make it seem like she hasn't been in politics for a very long time, but she has. They making it seem like, oh, if you give her the reins, she gonna run it off the road, but she's been the vice president for now going on 4 years. It's 4 years, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 4 years.
Yeah. And so I'm kind of, it's almost like they don't know. And then they listen to the other side who's against her, which of course everything they put out gonna be against her. But they lie. They are actual liars. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's what the confusion is. People think if somebody said they must be true. No, that's how it used to be. But no, on the other side, they are outright, flat out, just lying. They're literally lying. This man said only one person died on January 6th. He also, and then he also made it seem like Pelosi was in charge of everything. He was the president. He's lying. He set up that what is supposed to be stop the steal. He set that shit up.
He told him to march. He don't want
Yes.
to. I'll be right there with you.
That's right.
Oh, and that's not my fault. That's what he said. He said, "I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do that." Like,
Yeah.
what? Wait.
He told him. He said, "I'll meet you down there." And then there was testimony that said, because he has been in trouble for that already. They impeached him for that shit. He got found guilty of that shit. But anyway, because there was people who testimony. He got in the car and told them to go follow, and they said, "No, sir, we can't go down there. These people got weapons and things, and we're not, equipped." And he was like, "No," and he had an argument with them in the car, trying to make them bring him. And they were like, we're not set up to protect you there. And so he went in the White House. They drove him there, and there's testimony that shows that he had a bad attitude and he was angry at him for not letting him go.
You see how long it took them to get National Guard? Why? They should have had a National Guard there. And you see how long it took them for him to even make a phone call? People were calling, people from who were inside the Congress building were calling like he needed to send some help down here.
Right.
And he's like, I'm just gonna watch it on TV.
He watched it for 3 hours and he was tweeting. He's the one who told him that Pence wouldn't do what he needed. Right? And that's when they started talking about hang Mike Pence, because he tweeted that. I guess Mike Pence not on our side. He tweeted that shit, and they started hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. he was
hang that man.
Yeah, man.
Because he was doing his job.
Then they claimed that the police let them in, and that's what them people saying. Oh, the police let him in, and all his people like, yeah, the police let him in. That's a lie. The police did not let them in. The police, they broke in.
They overpowered. They were overpowered. Yes. I'm like, some of the police, what? Some of them lost fingers. One lost a finger. Another one was crushed to death. Like,
yeah, man.
It was horrible. That was a horrible sight to see.
When I see that man in that door getting crushed and yelling, that's sad.
Yeah, that was horrifying. That was horrifying to watch, and you don't even know if he had a wife and kids and family. And then what if his wife and his kids saw that?
Man,
I know that's sad. I know
that
that's
is
sad.
just that shit is sad. Man. I
But
was
anyway,
like, that shit was crazy. And then they tried to blame it on Black Lives
Black
Matter
Lives Matter,
and Tifa.
knowing damn well that if Black Lives Matter was out there and Antifa, they would have had every tank there was, every capital cop out there. They would have had everybody. They would have had that building surrounded.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Man.
stop it. Stop it.
And why would we be there? Why would they be there? To do what? We wasn't trying to stop the steal. We wasn't trying to, you know what I mean?
Mm-mm.
So it was ridiculous, man. It was ridiculous.
I was like, dude, you lost the popular vote and you lost the electoral. You lost, sir. You lost. It's okay. I'm still not going to believe that I lost the election. Okay, it's been 4 years. You don't believe it? Okay.
That's what I couldn't believe he still said it tonight. Because he's still saying, and he mean it too. He's not joking. He will not let them, if he lose, he gonna act like he didn't lose. And we see that. And people need to see that. That's crazy. Look like we got some people messing with Venus, I guess. Venus had a message to all our haters.
I ain't saying that shit. I ain't saying that shit. I said I'll let y'all do whatever to you. I'm staying out of it.
What they fighting about, you know?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Hell no. You know that I'm only between you, Daryl, and Queens and Big J's page. I really don't dibble and dabble in people pages like that.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like the same shit.
Yeah.
Over and over again. I listen to Bracy every once in a while, but it'd be the same shit over there too. So I just let y'all content creators do what y'all do.
I know it'd be fun sometimes, you know, it'd be fun.
It'd be funny.
Because
the way I was laughing at your ass earlier when you said put that black screen up for raw meat. I said, "Oh hell no!"
I'd be messy as hell, girl. I'd be cracking jokes on them, but
that shit was funny. He said, "No, what her ass be doing? She be doing a little bit too much." I'm like, "No wonder nobody can find your ass because you know your ass will be beat. You know your ass will be beat." But
girl, when I found out she sued somebody, girl, I was like, girl, I didn't know. You know, I don't be listening to people. You know, I don't go and I don't be listening when people talk about people. But I looked up and the first thing popped up and she sued somebody. I was like, what? This cannot be true. Not the person who lied and make up false shit, suing somebody for libel and false shit.
No, she said that when she said she was a correctional officer, I said, no, you worked at the correctional office as a chef. You were a correctional officer.
Oh yeah.
I don't even believe she went to culinary school, honestly. That motherfucker said she worked for the CDC. I said, the CDC here in Atlanta?
Yeah, that's
So
what he said on her.
I said, but so you know you don't supposed to be doing this what you're doing right now if you work for the CDC. You know that, right? But okay. So I don't get it. What CDC you work for? People with government jobs don't do what you doing right now.
That's right.
Yeah, anyway, but I was hollering. I spit my drink out and everything. Put a black screen up and said this up inside.
That wide, like a black hole, girl.
I was like, hello in there.
Oh man.
Oh no, but you didn't hear You didn't hear that he was telling her husband, boyfriend, sell you nothing. Because I call him sell you nothing. Or sell you lollipops. Said that he used to get paid to fuck people wives. You didn't hear that? He was calling himself some king cook something.
Yeah. The cook, but it's not called a cook. It's called a. You don't know. I ain't gonna tell him because you know if I tell him, they change it up. But
I'm like, yeah, he probably don't even know what a cuckold is.
right.
Because
he would. But girl, do I believe it? Nope.
No.
Hell no.
No. I had to look at him. I was like, but nigga, your titties about as big as mine. So I said, and honestly, if you gotta look at raw B ass, I'll be fucking somebody else's wife too. You know, because that bitch ain't attractive at all. But hey, you like it, I love it, sir. You like it, I love it.
I know that's right, man. That's a video she had up. I don't know how I stumbled on it. Somebody must have sent it. Girl, she put a butt to the camera. She looked and I'm like, who is this dude? And I looked, it was her.
I still put her picture when she was going after Gently. We still put her picture next to the Elephant Man, the guy that played the Elephant Man.
Damn.
I said her nose looked weird, and then I got. You remember the stream where she's singing, and that nose. I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
I can't look at it too long, me myself.
No, you can't. That's why I said I can understand if if Willie Will or William or he got a weird ass name. I can understand if you fuck other bitches. I will understand it. You know, because waking up next to that, I would no. No.
Yeah, girl.
I'll stay high all the time.
I think everybody think it's cool because she putting up little documents of Jay Prince and stuff like. But even in the stuff that she putting up, it says not founded. You know, that's it. People got to take the time to read it themselves, though. But that's when you notice that they'll put it up, but they quickly go away from it, or they may read some of them, not reading it all on purpose. So
yeah, because they know what they're doing, they can legally get them in trouble.
Yeah.
But at the same time, put your shit up there. Put your shit up. You want to talk about somebody, talk about your own shit. Because the only time people you get traction is when you talking about somebody else's shit.
Right.
Like, don't nobody watch you. Don't nobody care about you.
Man.
Like, to listen to you talk, I would click off. Because your voice is annoying. You got one of them type voices like, no. Like, yeah. I'm just like, oh my God. It's like watching the Teletubbies.
All I say is that everybody needs to be careful because they know, like you could go over and say hi and be real nice, but just like she's doing to them, she will do to others. As soon as somebody disagree with her, or soon she see you in another chat and somebody talking about her, then they go after them people, and sometimes I ain't gonna lie, I'll be laughing. I'll be like, yeah, now they getting on you because, yeah, you know what I mean? Like when people think that they are safe or they are different.
No, dear. Like you put yourself at risk when you come on the internet. That's you do put yourself at risk, and you do it at your own risk. And I know I notice that people will find anything, it's all type of information on you, just to make themselves look good, and it don't make yourself look good. It actually like people like to laugh at people's pain. Of course, people say egregious stuff because I know I have said some egregious stuff. I know a lot of people have said crazy shit on this internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but goddamn, I don't. When you just spend days in and days out looking at people, looking for people information and shit like that, bitch, you bored, bitch. You could tell you don't have a job nowhere. If you work for these places that you claim you work at, you wouldn't have this much time on your hands to look at people's stuff. You don't have the programming. What programming are you using? What security assurance do you have that you think it's okay for you to look up people's personal information? Whether they use their real name or their A-list. Like, that's a little bit too much. Looking at people's IP addresses and shit like that, like, get a life. Get a life. If you want to sit up and call yourself a vigilante of some sort, do it in your own neighborhood. It's probably somebody right around the corner from you doing something way worse than what somebody is saying online. But you worried about just because you don't like this person, I'm gonna find anything and everything. Then I'm gonna send CPS to your house. I'm gonna send the cops to your house. I'm gonna send them to call your job and shit like that. Like, that shit is retarded.
And that's what they do. It like they're purposely creating this, right? If you look and you'll see when the police started going to his house, you know, in the recent months, I'm like, damn, like I remember when they were saying they hit his daughter. You know, hitting a kid is not illegal though.
He's disciplining his kid, and
yeah, we may not like it. We may like, you know, people do what they do, but the call of police, and especially when the little girl is already having issues.
Yeah.
You know?
I was real upset when they sit up and they found her suicide note, I think.
Yeah.
And they read it. I
Yo,
said,
that's fucked up.
I said, that's the lowest of the low. That's the lowest of the low. When they went and found his baby mama, that's Roro, that's not the first time she been on there, you know, been online. But why would you go find this woman who clearly shows that she doesn't give a fuck about her own kids? Because if she did, then she would do the proper do everything properly, like take the medicine that the doctor gives you in order for you to retain your children back. But you don't have none of your kids, so it's not the baby daddies, it's you.
Right? You don't have none of them. And nobody online called them on you. So, you know, she admit that she did something wrong, but then they using her, right? And then they know she mentally unstable. That's why she was okay with being interviewed. You know, the truth is I could have reached out to interview her. That would have been fucked up on my end. That would have been so fucked up.
Yeah. I'm like, Robbie, would you like somebody calling your baby daddies, your baby daddy or baby daddies, and interviewing them on what type of wife or woman you were?
Yeah, that's some fucked up shit right there.
You wouldn't like it. I know you wouldn't like it. So sometimes there's some shit you just don't plain out do. Like, we can have fun, talk shit, whatever, and have our shits and giggles, but when you starting to bring virtual reality into reality, then it's going a little bit too far.
Right.
Like, that's a little bit too much.
Notice even Jay Prince didn't tell people what was going on with his baby mothers, you know?
No, he never did.
Yeah, you know, people hint to it, people would say things, and he now I think when he was upset, maybe because after that interview, I think he was upset. And he said some things, but
he had every right to.
Oh yeah,
You know, well, this getting so bad where you accusing me of pimping my kids and accusing me of touching my daughters and stuff like that, then yeah, I'll go off on you too.
Right.
I'll go off on you too. There ain't no telling what the fuck I'll say either. And I wouldn't give a fuck. Honestly. Honestly, if you want to sit up and take it low, I'll take you to hell. I'll take you behind hell.
Right.
If you want to go that far.
And see, that's the thing that took me, right? Because the kids, if they claim that it's about the kids, but no, they're not considering the kids. Like reading that note, that's fucked up.
Motherfucking kids. Don't nobody consider no kids. The first thing about that, don't nobody consider nobody kids.
Man, I consider them goddamn kids.
I know
can tell
you do.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, a lot of people in this space do not.
I know, yeah. I want to hit up Jay Prince and tell him you need to do something. Because he the only one that can do something. I can't do it for him.
I don't think he's got the resources or the money.
No, I'm talking about he could go and have that shit taken down. They got his name up there, his children's name on them papers and everything. Could literally stop that shit right there, report it, and that shit come down. I couldn't do it. And I couldn't do it because it says that, like I read the policy, I'm wondering, hey, I'm reporting this shit, why this shit not coming down? And then I go to read to see what it says, and it says the only person who could do it on another person's behalf is if I'm the parent or the guardian. I'm like, damn, dude, go and do what you need to do. Because if you don't care for them, nobody else gonna care for them, right? Them documents, they showing the documents, it says the name and everything. I'm like, dude, your name is in that. It shows as you, it has your address in that. Go and just report it just so it come down.
Yeah.
Everybody, you know what I mean? Like, he got to do his part. I can't, you know what I mean? And trust me, I tried. I was over there, I tried. I was like, this is sad. Like, this shouldn't be up here. It's little girls' names.
Right. But I think he had bigger fish to fry. He had the battle.
That's true.
He had bigger fish to fry. He couldn't really worry about this internet shit.
Right, that's true. I just found that out today when he said he won. I didn't even know he was, had to go to court for his kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I was like, I think that's what he was more so worried about. And then now I think he got us another place of his own, and
that's good too.
I think he bought his kids some clothes and stuff for school, and hopefully he'll get it together. Hopefully he's learned his lesson. Hopefully. We're gonna cross our fingers on that one. But hopefully he got it. Hopefully he'll just, settle down. Hopefully him and Flora can get it together, because y'all still legally married. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you all gonna just stay separate from each other? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna try to reconcile? What are you going to do? Or if you want to keep it private, that's good, because even when people were saying shit about Flora, he actually didn't say nothing. He hasn't said anything about Flora negatively. Not that I know of.
No, I don't think he did. That's good.
He's like, that's my wife. I love my wife, and we'll get through it. And that's how you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Good, Jay Prince, you growing up.
People trying to judge her, you know what I mean? But they are married, and so hopefully.
I said people are always married at complete opposites. Stop acting like you when you got with your spouse, they was 100% perfect. You evolve as you go on in life.
That's a fact, man. Look, when me and him got married, man, it's you're two different people, and you gotta learn how to coexist.
Oh yes, yeah. I was like, I was telling my people there. I explained to people who asked, and I said, me and my husband had our very first real spat, and it got ugly. Like it was really, it was just like pretty much like fuck you, and we was able to turn around and come back and talk to each other, because me and him both are big on communication. So we was able to work it out. It was all a misunderstanding, and once we got it together, now we thriving. We happy with each other, and we still outweigh. We weighed the pros. The pros outweigh the cons. Yeah, right. And we knew. I know that we may disagree on stuff.
That's right. So that's why I'm not. I could have, of course, put all kinds of videos up and went in, but they married. Like if they wasn't married, I would have been maybe my thought process would have been different. But they're married. That's a different whole scenario.
What's a whole
now,
different,
yeah,
you're together.
Yeah,
but don't you notice that it's like certain shit that raw meat and cellulite do. All of a sudden, you ran and got married. All of a sudden, I'm like, certain people say, "Oh, I can see my girlfriend every day." All of a sudden, you on a flight going to see your boyfriend, so your boyfriend can't get on a flight and come see you. Why he can't come to your house? Why why you had to go to Michigan? You had to prove that you can go to his house. I said, girl, you don't have to prove that shit to us. We don't give no fucks. But we can clearly see you jealous of some of these people relationships online. So you trying your hardest to compete with that, and you can't. You can't. Now all of a sudden you're married. I thought y'all was getting married. First you was engaged. Now you're getting married. When did y'all get married? If we type that shit, where'd you get married at? Because you live in Arizona and he live in Michigan. So where'd y'all get married at? So if I go to the registry of Detroit, Michigan, I can see y'all.
Girl, they must have got married over the phone line, girl, like they do in prison, girl.
You know that's public record, right? So if I type in
yeah, please don't tell me they, because I did hear just recently. I think it was just like this weekend when they were talking about, yeah, we engaged. And you mean to tell me they was engaged and now they married in just a day or so? Maybe. Who knows? Oh no. She was trying to marry Jay Prince, girl. She wanted to.
Yeah, I remember that. That's what I'm like, why all of a sudden you hate Jay Prince when you and Jay Prince was exchanging naked pictures? Why all of a sudden you hate that man? You over it.
Yeah.
And how many times you been married, girl?
Girl, she married to you as soon as she send you that big ass ugly pussy girl pic.
Oh, child.
You her husband for life.
I mean, she had other people's husbands sending her money and shit. I said, okay, you need to stop, spending people's social security checks and their disability checks and shit. Lead to stop doing that. Sitting back like you getting money, selling some weight loss tea. Because anybody can sell that shit.
Yeah.
But okay, whatever. Keep balling.
Girl. That's what I ain't got nothing to say about that situation because it's like a lot of people got money from him. And God damn.
Oh, I know. I said, damn. And your wife asked me shit. Boy, I would have beat his ass. I'm like, you doing what? To who?
That's that PP loan money. That maybe wives didn't even know they had. Girl, this
shit.
You two gonna be different in a year or two, girl. It's gonna be you're gonna see people disappearing for a few years, girl. I remember people was bragging about getting PP loans. I was like, oh, you got a business? And they would just laugh. I'm like, I remember people telling me, oh, I'll send you the link. I went to that link. I was like, okay, I own a business. Let me put this in. They were telling me they got somebody who will help me get it. I'm like, bitch, I know how to read. Like, you don't need nobody help me get it.
No need to help you shit. You ain't got a percentage of shit.
Yeah, I ain't trying to go to jail for no motherfucker body. Playing around with the government. These young people they don't know. Like, I think they really think they smarter than everybody. Think they creating shit. Well, like, just because they didn't have the internet don't mean, in fact, it was easier to scam back then. Because you could go and write a check at this store and take your check and write it up and cash it. Because back then, people wrote checks. It might take them a week before that shit even hit your bank. You could be ran all over through the city, different stores and get money. Like I know people were doing that, scamming that shit like that. I would just look at them and shake my head, talking about you could be a part of it. I'll write you the check. You go cash it. Hell nah. So they think I'm a cash the check, put it in my bank, and grab the money out, give them some of it, keep some of it. That shit gonna bounce in my account. I'ma owe it all. I'ma owe all that shit. And these young people crazy. See, that's why I gotta keep an eye out on the kids, because, girl, I just had to let them know, hey, they ain't got no such thing as free money, right? They ain't got no free money. You ain't got no free money. So, I'll be snoring, girl. He's cutting logs right now, girl.
Oh, I can't say nothing. I'm like, I can't say nothing because my husband, I'm the snorer.
Now, I
So
know you done fell asleep up here before, girl. Yes, we know.
I'm like, and I snore loud. And
Yeah.
my husband just now really get used to me snoring.
Yeah. Look, this is 30 something years, girl. Me used to it, girl. I don't even know.
He just come in and lay on down and go.
Oh,
He go to sleep at first. When we first got married, he used to like nudge me.
yeah.
He be like, "Wake up, go turn this way."
Girl, my sister and her boyfriend, girl, they like competing. Girl, when I go home and visit, and they in the room just competing, girl, like it's like a band in there, and she go loud and he go louder, girl. And I'm in a whole nother part of the house, and I can hear them, girl. I'd be like, damn. I close the door, put on my music in my ears, and go to sleep.
Mhm.
So Javi is lightweight compared to my sister and her boyfriend.
Mhm.
But
Oh Lord.
I don't even know when I noticed he was a snorer. I don't know if he was snoring when we was dating. I don't even know, to be honest. He need to get this checked.
I went to go get it checked, and they was like, "No,
No sleep apnea or nothing.
nope, I just snore."
Oh, okay.
I made sure, like, they because you have to take the test. They give you the at home test, and they gave me
Mhm.
the 24-hour one. So I took that one, and they said I don't stop breathing or anything. They because it's a certain amount of times you have to stop breathing throughout the night,
Uh-huh.
and they told me that I'm normal. I
You
just
just
snore.
snore.
I
Yeah.
just snore.
Okay. I know he done stopped breathing a couple of times. And I'm gonna have to make him. Girl, I'm gonna have to set the appointment up myself, because other than that, he ain't gonna go. I'll set it
Look,
up like.
you should know that. These men ain't gonna go nowhere. I said, honey, you pushing 40, sir. Yeah, you're going to get you got insurance now. So it's time for you to go to the doctor and see why you having all these headaches and stuff so you can have the proper medicine. Okay? You got insurance. We're
Yeah,
not
tell me.
I'm not playing with you.
Yeah, definitely tell him about the headache, but it's a few, it's millions of us who just one day just got a headache. Mine don't go nowhere. It's constant.
Yeah, the
It's just out of the
migraine.
blue. Mm-hmm. They don't know what to consider it, because it's constant. It never stops. They haven't stopped since it started 20 years ago. So
Mm.
my head is always hurting, and I just take medicine so I could bear with it. Um, and if I don't take my medicine, ooh, baby,
Mm.
it's
Yeah,
been
you
my.
still got your blood pressure or anything?
Nah, I don't have high blood pressure, diabetes, none of that.
Mm.
So
That's
it
good.
just, yeah, it's a whole lot of people, with all kinds of things going on in this goddamn country. They done poisoned us all, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on how your body deal with certain things, but um, I think it's just Monsanto. I was on a post where they did poison us all,
Mm.
and so in my early 20s, no, I was in my mid 20s. I had both my kids when my head started hurting that day. I
Mm.
think my youngest was probably like 2 at the most.
Mm.
Actually, wait, we moved. He probably was 3. I think my oldest had started school. I remember when that headache came on, and it ain't never go nowhere, never,
Mm.
never. Um, so yeah.
My dad used to suffer with that. My dad used to have bad headaches like that. uh, and he ended up passing from stroke. And no, well, he had a massive stroke, and then he ended up getting a brain aneurysm afterwards. That's what killed him. But Yeah, he used to, but he was the type of guy that never been sick a day in his life. He used to go to the doctor and everything. He never even had a cold. And I used to get headaches, but I don't. They stopped. I very seldom get headaches now.
There's so many things that they people say it could be because I had when I had the babies, I had what is it called, y'all?
Preeclampsia.
Huh?
What, preeclampsia?
When they put the pain in your back, the spine, the
epidural,
they relate that to lots of problems that women have. They relate, yeah, they definitely relate that with a lot of women's issues. There's a lot of Americans with pain issues. They remember they was calling one. What they were calling they at one point I was called. What is it called? Like when you have pain, but they don't know what it's from. I think they fell my alger or some shit like
fibromyalgia.
Yeah, I haven't heard that term in a few years, but I remember when they were like, they called it unidentifiable. They didn't know what pain was from, just in pain. And they were, my head hurt so bad you could feel a knot right at my temple. It get bigger, the worse the pain is. Because at first, they was trying to make it seem, like, oh, it's mental. It's in your head. Like, how the fuck you got a mental pain? Like, who does that? and what's worse is that they didn't tell me. I was getting medicine that I was taking because I thought it would help with pain. And not until I went to see another doctor, and when you go see a new doctor, you have to give them a list of all your meds.
Right.
And they see all these meds, and this doctor now say, "Oh, I see you on this. You have depression." I was like, "No." It was like, "Yeah, you have depression." "No." "But you on an antidepressant." I said, "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are." I said, "No, I'm only on meds for my headache." They're like, "No, this is antidepressant."
For Xanax?
At the time, I was on one of them prams, something pram. Who knows, girl? And so, girl, that's why I tell people, young people, be very informative. Like, don't let them just give you medicine. Like, ask them what the medicine is for. Because the damn doctor was giving me medicine, antidepressant, and something else for pain. I'm thinking it's pain. And I kept saying that it's not working. Ain't that something? Because I was like, hey, this medicine not working. Medicine not working. So then they would up my other medicine. So apparently it wasn't in my head. I guess they figured they'd give me any pill, and then if it go away, then what they call it, if they give you like it's a fake medicine. But it's a pill to make you think psychologically that you're taking something. I forgot what it's called.
Never heard of it. I never heard of it to give you a pill to make you think that you're not a what?
Yeah, girl, it's psychological. They'll give you something that's not really anything that'll help. So you could think you're getting help. Did you ever see the movie It?
Yes.
The new one. And
yes.
Remember when the little boy found out that he didn't really have asthma?
Right.
It was fake because
I didn't know that was like, I never knew that. I never knew that they would give you stuff to make you. I never knew that.
I forget what it's called. Even when they're doing testing on medicine, let's say I go into a trial to test medicine, which I never qualified because of some of the medicines I'm on, but I tried to get into the migraine. Like when they started studying migraines, I tried to get in a lot of studies, but they wouldn't take me. But anyway, you'll be in the study, and they're gonna give some people the real medicine, and some people not gonna get the medicine at all, but they're gonna think they're getting the medicine. Girl, it's crazy. Let me look in the chat to see if anybody said what it's called. Girl, yeah. How you say it? the front porch guy said it's like a placebo or some shit like that.
Placebo.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
It's
placebo.
like, so it's not the medicine. It's a pill with nothing in it. It doesn't do shit. You just taking it. You think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
girl. Hey, girl, it's crazy, girl. Hey, out the blue, how you doing, baby? How you doing? He said YouTube is the only place where you call the lane to get the women. Yeah, the lames are the ones who are approaching the women. That's what's going on. And they that's what the men are forgetting, because there's another group of men telling you how to trick women and how to do this and how to do that. Well, all you got to do is say hello. You see a woman every day, you're interested in her, you find out she's single, and you ask her, like, hey, what's up? And you have a conversation. But they got the ones who know how to do that, and they getting all these beautiful women. They got the whole lot of them. Shit, because there's a whole lot of beautiful women in this sector on YouTube.
Yeah, all you have to do is be
polite.
Hey, how you doing?
That's
I
right.
would like to talk to you. I'm like, I would like to see if I can get to know you. Have some manners, like something. I say you don't have to be the best looking guy to get a good looking girl. If you are, whether you're smart or you have some type of confidence, women, women like confidence. You could be ugly if you dressing like look at Gucci Man. Gucci Man ugly as hell. Little nigga look like a frog. But guess how pretty his wife is. See how pretty his wife is?
Yes. I've been giving these men nice information from the beginning. I was telling them, women like confident. All you gotta do is walk with your head high like you got something going on. And but if you walking down the street with your head hung low, like I watch women who have cars get with men with no cars. But that dude know how to talk. And he ain't got to play no games with it. He just got to have a little confidence in himself.
You know what Dr. Brian said? He could be a low value man, but he's high functioning.
High functioning. That's right.
And a lot of people don't understand that. I said, honestly, most people are, when you do get married, most low value men are married, and most of the time they have happy families. They're high functioning, they know how to act. And they thought that was a falsified statement. I was like, okay, so a lot of black people millionaires then?
Hell no, we know what was the bizarre. Girl, we all look.
We all broke as hell. What you talking about?
Hell yeah, we broke as hell, man. A couple of paychecks from being on the street and shit, right? But we we high functioning enough where we keeping our ass off the street. Cause shit, if I got to go find some help somewhere, I know exactly where to go. I'd be like, okay, oh, you lost your job? Okay, we got to look and see what we got, what we don't have, and how we gonna get through the next few months. While he looking for a job, we got to be high functioning. We got to figure this shit out.
I was like, the money that I place to the side, I take it and I use it.
Hell yeah.
What do you mean? Like, I take it and I use it. Please. Anyway, I said, these old punk ass niggas on here. I said, if you want to go find you a boyfriend then. And I would guarantee you ain't going to like having a boyfriend either. You can quit bending over and look at each other asses and just know how to talk to women. We don't ask for much. Like
they got to know how to talk to them men too, though.
Yeah.
Even they're going to learn how to talk to no matter who. So, especially I don't know. It's crazy. I'm like, people. I think if people want marriage, people scared of marriage now. So, and then women at a certain age, they want serious relationships that may lead to marriage. Like, because after a certain age, I can't imagine just being a woman who just am okay with getting with a dude, just having sex here and there. Like, it got to be something more than that. And it got to be something more And it's like the men don't even want to. They don't want to pay for dinners, and they don't want to move in together. What's the like me? Let's say I'm 30 years old, not married, no children. What is the purpose of me getting with a guy if he don't want to take me to dinner and he don't want to move together? He don't want a serious relationship because he want to just be able to come here, but then go other places. And so what is the reasoning for me being with him?
Waste of time.
Yes, it's a waste of time. Like, so when, like, women, the women who interested, like the women who busy with their careers, they might not have no problem with a man coming through. They get it on, and then he go about his business because she in her career, right? She going to school, busy with that. She busy with work. She busy with this and that to climb up that corporate ladder. So she's okay with that. But soon as she get to where she want to be and get comfortable, that's when she gonna say, okay, what man, could I bring into my life? And then she gonna say the same thing. Like, if all you coming is to knock the boots, you ain't trying to buy no dinners, you ain't trying to treat me well, then what's the purpose? And the men who want relationships and family, then yes, those gonna be the guys, right? The women gonna be cool with getting with those guys. But the men who talk about they scared of marriage, like he puts himself out of the dating game for real on some honest shit.
Right.
After a certain age, after the woman is a certain age. Now she young and partying and still in school or whatever she doing. Then yes, it's easier. And even then, you still gonna put some money out. Like, she ain't got no money, so he's supposed to have the fucking money. Like, I don't understand what the men's. I don't understand what they got these older men lying to them, confusing them, and giving them real fucked up advice. Once you become married, you do have to consider her feelings. You can't be like, fuck this. I'm telling the truth. Nah, you can tell the truth, but you got to tell it differently because you got to talk to her differently.
It's like, we appreciate honesty. It's just the way you deliver your honesty.
That's right. I'm being me. But look, you wasn't being you when we first met. Like, you wasn't showing me this, and now you're being you, and I don't like it. I think they do it to intimidate. Like, why are you being that way? Right? I'm not a child. I'm not one of your children. I'm your wife. So you have to talk to me a little different because I can't get up and just leave.
That's
Hey, but y'all listen, hubby is snoring and it's after 12. I do want to come back tomorrow. We probably reduce this thing down. I'm going to see what they got to say because one side gonna be like, "Oh, she was so terrible. Oh my god," what side that gonna be? They gonna talk about how bad she was. But I want to see what the real people have to say because I think she killed it. What you think? What did you think?
Yeah. She held her. She stood her ground. She held them accountable. I like it. I love it. I like it. I'm just. I would have wished she answered some of the questions, but I can understand why it was difficult for her to do so. Because somebody attacking your reputation is a lot, especially when you have accomplished so much as a woman of color. So yeah, I can understand the way she did it, and she pretty. It was just her faces were so funny and classic. She was looking at him like this bitch ass nigga. Like it was just you could tell in her face like okay. Okay, so she kept a smile though. She kept a smile on her face. She was very accurate and articulate, and I liked it. Yeah, I had a good that's why I'm gonna vote for her. So, so y'all motherfuckers get y'all lives together and go vote for Miss Harris. And if you want to be a slave, then don't come talking to me, okay? Because they might as well take me to jail because I'm not nobody's slave, okay? So
right. And make sure look before November, y'all make sure that y'all still able to vote because hubby went to go vote locally today and he couldn't vote.
yeah, I was like, I realized I hadn't changed my last name. I changed my last name, but when I went to vote, my last name was still my maiden name, so I had to go re-register as my married name.
Yeah, but he didn't change nothing, not no address, not no name. These people have been working on and they challenging everybody, so they took him out. They claim because he didn't choose a side, but he did 40 something years ago. But in their system, I guess it wasn't there. That's what they claim. And so he couldn't vote today. And it was our local elections here in Delaware today. And he couldn't vote. So what I'm saying, this is going to be a problem for a lot of us in November because that's what they done. They started doing this like a couple of years ago. In all the states, they challenging all Democrats. And so yeah, the people say they've been so busy with all these challenges coming in daily. Yeah, like you could go down and you could challenge as a citizen. You could go and challenge a whole group of people. You could have a whole list of names and say, I challenge all these people. And then they have to go through the research and make sure everything is right, everything is in order.
That's sad.
And so if something is not in order, they gotta take you out like you ain't not registered.
You got better things to worry about than challenges somebody's political stance. Anyway.
Yeah, they want to win. They want to win by all. So that's what they've been working on. That's a part of their 2024 thing that they started on a couple of years ago too. So they putting rules in place. They doing everything, girl. They doing all kinds of shit. So make sure all y'all got to do is go online, I guess, in your state, and you can see if you're registered or not. Or go to the post office and register again with a card. Or I think you can register online too, maybe. I'm not sure, depending on your state.
If you see somebody standing outside, because most of them, they've been doing it. I know they've been doing it here in Georgia. People be outside asking them, "Are you registered to vote?" and this, that, and the other. So if you know that if you're not unsure about your status, your voting status, your last name, your new address, just make sure you go ahead and fill out the paperwork.
That's right.
So it can be accurate. Because in November, you're gonna have to get your ass out there.
That's right.
You gotta get your ass out there for real. Go vote for real. Young folk, my age, my generation, go vote. Go vote. 'Cause this really is an election that will affect our children, my generation of children, and our children's children. So yeah, please do so. But you guys have a good night, because I know everybody ready to go to bed.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. I'll possibly be back tomorrow for sure. Okay, a little better. Girl, I've been sick, girl. I've been sick.
I was wondering where you were, because I was like, I'd be entertained. Be funny as hell. I ain't laughing at y'all. It'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. But anyway,
Okay.
get better.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night, Nate.
Good night. Good night.
Goodbye, everybody. I will see y'all tomorrow. If anybody have a topic y'all want to talk about, send it to my email. Y'all know I got my other channel back. I know Sharon goes live in the mornings, depending on his topic, because I wasn't really too interested in the religious topic, and I wasn't too. I don't know if he went live today or not. To be honest, I was busy trying to feel better. I haven't been sleeping because I'm in, this cold or this whatever this is I have. They're getting on my nerve. Okay. But so I don't know if he went out. Let me look. Sure. Chico. I think he said he was back there. Let me see. I'll look really quickly. 10 hours ago, yeah, it looked like he did. Oh, he was talking about that guy I was talking about. Okay, that would have been okay. But I didn't see it. And y'all, listen, I have some shit I need to sew. Okay, I have some. I'm behind on the sewing because I've been sick, and you know, somebody wanted me to help them with this wedding gown, and I don't know, like like they keep wanting me, and I keep putting it off. I'm like, I don't know. Nah, I'm still up in the air about it. It's a lot of money, but to be honest, I don't think I'm gonna take it. I don't think I'm gonna take it because I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm so spoiled by now. Like shit that I need to get done, and I may not get it. Like, as a matter of fact, I have 2 bags. I cut the bags up. I cut the pattern pieces. I'm not sure if I did them on here or on Facebook or whatever, but I think it was like 2 weeks ago. And I haven't started sewing them bags together yet. Okay, that's how bad it is. But I did get sick though. I did get sick. Yeah, all the pieces are cut. T-shirts. The T-shirts are done. I think y'all saw me do the T-shirts when I was over there by Sharon. Oh, they came out so cute too. The thing is, I did 3 shirts and I had another one to do. So, look, I had on my mask and my glove because I was sick. I don't like touching people's shit when I'm sick. You know what I mean? Stuff that I'm selling, I don't want to touch it when I'm sick. So I was masked up, I was gloved up and everything. Washing my hands constantly. So much that they felt like they was getting raw. I was washing my hands so much. Listening to my music, trying to get that shit done. So actually, I think I still have a shirt to do. Is it one? I think the other 2 I gotta hem them. So I got all 3 of them to do. To be honest, I have to hem them, and then I have the other one to put the. So I still got the 3 shirts, and I got the 2 bags. Now the thing is, people know it's custom, so there's no time limit on it on these items. Thank God, because if it was, I would have been in trouble. But a wedding gown, I get a date, and the date is a long way from now, right? I think the wedding is next summer. Can I do a wedding gown? I could do a wedding gown in I would say in 5 months, probably less than that, to be honest. I could do a wedding gown if I had to. Okay, but yeah, if she need all that beading and shit like that, I ain't doing that. I'm appliquing. I guess I could applicate. It depends on what type of applique. But if it's beading though, I'm not doing it. I'm not joking. There is a difference between applique and beading. Okay, applique, you sew that on, and beading, you got to sew that on by hand. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I'm a bypass on that. I'm a bypass on that. I kept telling hubby I'm a bypass on it, but he keep looking at me because it's a lot of money, right? But I'm bypassing it. She, baby, it's a wedding gown is just a regular gown, right? It's no big deal, except when you put all that applique, either the lace on top, which is easy, the applique on top, that's not that difficult. But that motherfucking beading though, that's not for me. I'm not it's not that I can't do it. I'm just not gonna do it. I don't think y'all understand. You put beads on one at a time. The beating I want. Yeah, y'all gotta understand. Beating is done one at a time. You really put the strength through the beating and sew that shit on. I'm not doing that. Okay, I had to find somebody. I had a friend. She was the one doing the dress, but I actually did the dress and she did the beating. And then she made me help her do the beating. They're never doing that shit again. She had me doing beating with her ass. Hell no. I told her I wasn't gonna do that shit from the jump. And then I ended up having to help her. I ain't gonna lie, I wanted to glue that shit on. I was like, look, we can get some glue. I was like, girl, because I'm not doing this with you. Okay. I was joking when I said the glue, but I ain't gonna lie, though. In my mind, I was thinking, like, could we put this safety on this with the glue? Okay. How that bitch gonna trick me into sewing on them goddamn beads on that shit, man. Hell no. I'm gone, y'all. I'm rambling right now, thinking about that beading job. It came out so pretty. It was so beautiful. The dress was so beautiful. I ain't never doing that shit again. Okay. Unless they hire somebody to do the beading. And it can't be a friend of mine. Like, it gotta be somebody like, I do this part and you pay somebody else to do the other part. That mean I am not responsible for it at all. Zero. Zero. Oh, this is cute. Okay, y'all, I'm out. You can tell when my head hurt because I can't. I'm gonna take my medicine. I'm out, y'all. Yeah, adios, amigos. Okay, say deuces, deuces. Okay, that's to all you people, including the haters.